One live.
Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call July 13th, 2023 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes today will be taken by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I start with opening comments from commissioners and approval of one set of minutes. The executive director will give a report, after which I anticipate there are 6 change of ownership application recommendations, 10 provisional license approval recommendations, 1 provisional license denial recommendation, 14 final license recommendations, 103 license renewal recommendations, and 1 responsible vendor training. There are 3 items in the commission discussion and votes section today. Discussions on host community agreements and municipal equity and our regulatory review processes, and a discussion on our staff's return to office. I will ask the commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized. So with those initial comments, I'll turn things over to commissioners for any comments or updates. We'll go in alphabetical order of this month, starting with Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's great to see folks. And first of all, I just want to say thank you to the 2 interpreters in our room who are here just in case anybody needs sign language interpretation. So thank you for being here, and good to know that the commission has you all here just in case. So good morning. I know we have a packed agenda today, and I know the commissioners will discuss policies related to host community agreements and municipal equity stemming from months of work from commissioners and staff who participated in those working groups. I know we're all looking forward to hearing the recommendations or the introductory remarks on your groups. And as many of you may know, but if you don't, I'll sort of reiterate it. Myself and Commissioner Stebbins are on the social consumption working group. Most reforms remain and are under active discussion and review due to the fact that this license type exists in our regs and is not subject to the November 9th statutory deadline. So I just want to kind of remind folks, so people sort of, if they have questions, feel free to reach out to Commissioner Stebbins, myself. So just quick little reminder. Still, since we are here for regulatory discussion, Commissioner Stebbins and I didn't want to miss this opportunity to give you a brief status update on our working group. I know that folks want to know what's going on. I will report that we had a successful listening session at Holyoke Community College on, I want to say June 27th. It was well attended, plenty of folks from all, I think, walks of life, expertise, and locations in the state participated, so that was very helpful. We have a Zoom listening session coming up on July 18th, which is, oh my God, next week. And we have another in-person listening session at Mass Bay Community College on July 20th. And that's obviously in person from 6 to 8 p.m. So I would encourage folks who want to participate to be there. If you cannot participate in the Zoom event or the in-person event, I would really encourage you all to send in your comments. We are reading everything. We're stacking them all up. They'll probably end up in a binder like this, Commissioner Roy, that big. So please make sure you send your comments to commission@cccmass.com and subject header social consumption. We're also taking our engagement to some of the very few jurisdictions around the nation where social consumption is already up and running. We are learning successes and challenges in places where social consumption is already open, and really to understand what they've gone through, what they're dealing with, and how practical are the licenses and how viable are the licenses that folks have throughout the country. And it's helping us to understand and also shape our decisions in Massachusetts. Recently, several of our staff and myself participated in an exploratory mission to San Francisco and to Oakland, what they call the Bay Area. We met with California policymakers, both local and state policymakers, past and present social consumption operators, legacy market operators, folks have been grandfathered into their process, which was very key. We toured establishments, had a lot of policy discussions, and listen to operators, like I said, both from the legacy and regulated markets. Different jurisdictions have implemented different rules, different licenses. So exploring as many as possible can help us to determine what's the best fit for Massachusetts. We look forward to ongoing engagement with the public, sharing our findings and unveiling our regulatory proposal to the full commission in the near future. I know that Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Concepcion, and Chair yourself, I know you all are presenting on host community agreements this morning and municipal equity. And I know that it's important to us in the social consumption group because we're going to be using the work that you've done and looking at it through the lens of equity and host community agreements. So I think no pressure, but the work that you all have done, and I'm giving you early congratulations on the work, is going to be key to the social consumption group. So thank you, and those are my quick comments and update.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Commissioner Camargo. First, just to clarify, municipal equity, I believe, is on the docket for Monday and not today's conversation. I will probably give the briefest comments at today's meeting because there are two members of our staff that were on my mind, yesterday, this morning, and it's because of the incredible amount of work that they have done. So I just want to really commend and extend my gratitude to Kyle Potvin, our Director of Licensing, and Rebecca Lopez, the Head Enforcement Counsel. I have referenced before that I have the unique position of being the commissioner who essentially worked on every component of the draft language that will be made available today. I've worked with Commissioner Roy on HCAs, Madam Chairwoman O'Brien on municipal equity, and recently, well, not so recently because I've talked about this for years now, and have worked on it for an incredible amount of time, but in terms of drafting the actual language and working on that suitability. And although they were only assigned to one of those working groups, which was HCAs, they have gone above and beyond and have also assisted and given their time, their energy, their focus on all three of these components that are really, really, really important. And I am lucky to have been in those rooms with them. I feel like I've learned so much from their institutional knowledge, from their legal acumen. And I know that I'm walking away a better commissioner because I have been in those rooms and have had the opportunity to understand how they dissect information and how they lead their staff. So they're still doing their regular jobs as well, heading our licensing division, heading the enforcement team, and they are remarkable and we're lucky to have them. So I just wanted to have this moment to just extend my extreme gratitude to both Kyle and Rebecca. And I know they're probably hating the fact that I'm doing this right now because they don't, I know they don't like the shine and they don't like to kind of be the front, but you deserve it. And I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Good morning, Madam Chair and my fellow commissioners. And I just want to start my comments by saying, Sean, welcome back. Congratulations. You only missed one meeting, but you brought a beautiful baby in this world. So I just want to say congratulations. Start with that. And I just look forward to today's regulatory review discussion around host community agreements. I'll just piggyback a little bit on Commissioner Concepcion. And it's been a real honor and privilege to work with this group. It was really a lot of thought went into our policy recommendations that we're going to unveil today. This is the beginning of the discussion. I look forward to the public hearing and comment period, which I'm sure we're going to get a lot. HCAs is a highly anticipated topic, and we've received many emails and comments, and I've read them all, and just look forward to unveiling it. I know a lot of folks have been waiting for this. The last month has been super busy. I had the honor to, along with Commissioner Stebbins, go to the State House for a Veterans Advocacy Hour right after our meeting last month, where we voted unanimously in support of veterans access to medical marijuana and adding opioid use disorder and PTSD for legislative outreach, as well as having, eliminating that middle step where veterans can just use their blue button report and and come to the commission. So we had a Veterans Advocacy Hour along with Representative Soter, and I also testified in support my individual capacity as a commissioner in support of Bill H-119 and the companion Bill S-50, which would, similar to what we voted on unanimously, increase access to veterans for medical marijuana. I also had the honor to speak at the Worcester County Sheriff's Office Regional Resource Center in Webster, and I was their keynote speaker for their HiSET graduation, which is formerly known as GED. And these are folks that are criminally justice involved, that have turned their lives around. Much like we do here at the commission, we believe in second chances and opportunities for folks. So it was a real honor to be able to give those remarks. And yesterday, I spoke at the Worcester Senior Center, about a mile from here, and spoke to over 100 seniors about the legal cannabis market, the adult use, the medical use. Older Americans are really kind of curious, and they had a lot of questions. So not only was I able to speak, and I want to thank our director, constituent services director, Kathy Oliver Jones. She joined me. She was awesome, and she really she's an expert, and she's an expert in the medical use program, and she really answered a lot of questions for seniors, and she stayed after, and they swarmed her like bees because she had the paperwork for whether you want to renew or you want to become a patient after you meet with a provider. So it was really great to have Kathy, and not only did we get to speak to 100 seniors, we opened before Elvis, so Elvis came on after us, so it was quite a fun day. Yes,
She has a picture of herself.
I do. Me, Kathy, and Elvis. So, and I can share that. So that's it for my remarks. I really look forward to today's meeting, and this is a culmination of a lot of months of work, and just excited to be here. So thank you for my time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stebbins?
Well, I think everybody will be pleased to know I had all my notes for my opening comments and closed out the document and forgot to save it. So we'll give it a shot, see what I can remember. First of all, also my thanks to the team, licensing team, also to Rebecca Lopez and Kyle Potvin helping me out with, and Jacob helping me out with prepping for a couple items on today's agenda. First of all, related to social consumption, as many of you know, we had a survey that was out. We decided to extend the date of the survey deadline to July 24th, so it'll be after our last public listening session. So really encourage everybody who got the survey, look for it, respond to it, weigh in. Don't let the opportunity go by to share your thoughts with the commission on this topic. Again, also you can do it via email. We have a virtual hearing, as Commissioner Camargo pointed out. It is completely booked up. So if you weren't able to sign up for the virtual listening session, we have the live one in person at Mass Bay Community College a week from today, as well as, again, use email to weigh in with us as much as possible. Couple just quick topics I wanted to share, and this is around looking at regulations, and I'll weigh in my comments on renewals now as opposed to when we take them up. But just overall, two items. The cost piece, every licensee at their renewal is required to ask their host community via, the regulatory language, hey, what cost did, the operation of our facility have on the community? There is language that is available on our website quickly, efficiently for our licensees to be able to use that language in whatever communication they send to their host community. It's simple, it's efficient, use it. I continue to see a lot of just kind of generic language, which sometimes we don't want to provide anything that might be not understandable to our host community. But I also saw one this week that basically the message to the community was most municipalities choose not to respond to this request, which is also compliant. Use the language that we offer. It's quick, it's efficient, it will really help reduce any confusion for our licensees or for that host municipality. I am glad to say that over the last few months, when it has come to that cost request, licensees are getting in the cost request in a timely fashion. They're giving their host communities significant time to be able to respond. That was not the case, I think, back at the beginning of the year. So I'm glad that our licensees are paying attention with regard to that. The other issue I want to bring up is diversity plans. As we go through renewals, I'm always encouraged when I see a licensee that's thoughtfully going through their positive impact plan, making changes, going through the diversity plan, making changes based on what they're experiencing. I think we all encourage that. We want these plans to be successful. Again, I caution licensees from using in their diversity plan statewide diversity statistics. I don't think that really speaks to what your diversity of your host community is or their surrounding communities. Again, going back to our diversity guidance on our website, there are tools available to help you understand the population and the diversity of those populations in your host community and the surrounding community. We all want to see you be successful with your diversity plans and basing it on what's immediately around your community. I think you'll have much better chances for success. So continue to encourage our licensees to do that as well. So that's it, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. And again, I want to echo the thanks that the commissioners have extended to some of the staff who've been directly involved in helping us with this very onerous chore of writing these regulations. But I want to give a particular shout out to Steve Ledzinski and Mike Baker, two attorneys who work closely with my group, but in particular, Mike Baker, who was saying, yes, my fiance is experiencing contractions, but I think that I can do a little bit more work for you before we go to the hospital. So the fact is, congratulations to Mike Baker and welcoming his new son, William Ryan Baker. We appreciate you going to the 11th and a half hour to make sure that we were able to get the bulk of our work done. And I just wanted to take a quick opportunity to once again bemoan how difficult the open meeting law makes some of our deliberations. As people do know, some don't know, when there is a quorum or the potential sequential conversations, that could be a violation of an open meeting law. So today, there are two folks, Commissioners Roy and Concepcion, who worked on host community agreements. And so the other three of us have not seen the proposal for host community agreements until today because of the open meeting rule. Similarly, Commissioner Concepcion and I have presented the regulatory framework for social equity being implemented at the local level. Again, the other three commissioners have not had benefit of seeing this until today. So what we will be doing is having some sort of high-level conversations of what is being proposed, but we will be looking towards Monday to determine whether or not we can take final votes on both of these proposals. But again, I apologize to the public and ask your indulgence. But the fact is, this is sort of, this is our lot. This is what we have, how we have to function. And so all of us are still going to be learning new things as we walk through this meeting today. So I just wanted to tee that up and let people know that.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Do you mind clarifying? So today is HCAs. I just want to make sure today's HCAs and then municipal equity.
We will, because we have not had an opportunity to really read and review, we will be discussing both issues today.
Okay.
But Monday will be when we will take a vote, because we haven't, you're the only one here who's actually had the benefit of seeing both. So this is, so again, just to clarify, and if I didn't make that clear previously, my apologies. So I'm sorry, because initially that's what we were going to do, is we were going to do the host community agreements today and to do municipal equity on Monday, but we realized that none of us, the other, group would not have had an opportunity to look at the host community agreement proposals. So we made that decision. And again, my apologies if I didn't communicate that properly to you previously.
Madam Chair, I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I think when it is, I'm curious, and I know you're saying that we're taking a vote on Monday. I don't know if Sean.
That's what we are hoping.
Okay, so I'm assuming that later on we'll check in terms of what that looks like for Monday, if we're doing Monday, if that's what's
Yes.
actually happening on Monday.
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
Yeah, I think that when we get to that, we can have a more
Okay.
robust conversation.
okay.
But again, we
I got
just, as you know, we just received
No, no,
some
no,
of this prior to the meeting.
No, I agree.
so
I agree. Thank you.
I haven't read the host community proposal yet, so I am going to be interested to sort of hear the top level ideas. So anyway, unless there's any, Mr. Director, nope, okay. So again, apologize for the nature, but it is the nature of how we have to deal with the open meeting law. So with that, the next item on the agenda is the approval of one set of minutes from the April 14th, 2023 public meeting. Are there any additions, questions, or clarifications on those minutes?
As secretary, I would just like to thank the legal team because they are short-staffed and with regs and everything else, and it's been a lot. So, and I appreciate all of their hard work and their effort for us to be able to have these minutes in a timely fashion. So, that's all. I just want to thank them.
So out of a debt of gratitude, would you move to accept those minutes?
So moved.
Okay, would you care to second that, Commissioner Simmons?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, any questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect the minutes are approved, 5 in favor, none opposed. I will now turn it over to the Executive Director for his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. It's nice to be back with you. I will not motor through this, but obviously try to do it as efficiently as possible. Given that you did not have a presentation from me in June, there's some information I think just worthy of updating and again, as normal, highlighting for you. I'll start first, as I always do, with a very high-level overview of our licensing portal and some of the activity we have before us. So the first slide here indicates there is one application awaiting staff review. There we go. There are 12 applications awaiting a supplemental review. Just to break that down a little bit, a first review is that initial, we've never looked at this application before. It has just been submitted for the first time. The first thing we do is we classify that application. Is it an expedited application? Is it a prioritized application, or is it a general application? And then we run through it in its entirety for the first time. We work to identify any and all issues that might be shortcomings or missing or need to be supplemented, and then issue what is called a request for information, or RFI, to that applicant. Once that's done, the application itself is reopened. It's returned to the applicant. They then have as much time as is necessary for them to compile that supplemental response, whatever is missing, whatever needs to be updated or supplemented. Again, it's an open-ended timeframe. We don't give them a deadline necessarily. That's those 12 applications that are awaiting review. They've already been classified, so they would hit the queue in their order. Is it expedited, prioritized, or a general application? You have 10 applications for you today for provisional license. Those are adult use applications. There's 14 applications before you for final license. Again, that's for adult use applications. And then lastly, 94,136 certified active patients. That number is generally holding steady, but in a bit of a decline. There's any number of reasons why that could occur. Someone moves out of state. Obviously, folks, unfortunately, are using medical marijuana for end of life or palliative care. And so again, that number is always going to fluctuate to a degree, but it is holding relatively steady at that 94 to 95,000 number. But again, you're seeing a little bit of a decline. This slide here indicates the total number of applications or approvals, excuse me, by stage. So again, you see that there's pre-certification or delivery microbusiness delivery endorsements. Pre-certifications are not a full application. It is also available for delivery licenses, so delivery operator and or delivery courier. Provisionally approved and provisional license, the only distinction is the payment of a license fee, but the commission has in fact considered both of those. Final license, of course, is the facility has been built out and inspected by the commission, and they are in the process of hiring their employees, introducing cannabis to the facility, and preparing to commence their operations. And as you see here, 556 entities have commenced their operations across the Commonwealth, which represents a 32% increase over last year this time. This slide here tries to monitor and dissect as best we can our economic empowerment, social equity program participants and DBE. For the purposes of DBE, it's women, minority, and veteran-owned businesses only in that context. And the goal in this slide is to advance downward in the table, so to get to the commence operations phase. The reason that these middle rows are highlighted for you is that's where I'm generally observing folks land and stay or spend a significant amount of time. And as we know, the single biggest hurdle upon provisional license is money, capital. That's to either pay your license fee, continue to build out your facility, gather architects and other consultants and professionals. And so again, you're seeing folks stay in this middle row here for some period of time. Again, the objective though is to advance them to a final license and then eventually to commence their operations. So this is a slide we will always continue to monitor. Importantly, of course, you also want to see these totals increase as far as the total volume as compared to the total application volume. And again, economic empowerment, social equity program participants and DBEs are worthy of monitoring and seeing their progress, and also encouraged by the work of the Executive Office of Economic Development now, no longer Housing and Economic Development, in their work with the Social Equity Trust Fund. This slide here indicates, I mentioned the classification of licenses, MTC priority and economic empowerment priority. Both of those alternate in their review. So in other words, if there's two applications, we will, or three applications and two were economic empowerment, one was MTC, we would review the economic empowerment, MTC, and then economic empowerment. Per our regulations, we alternate between the two. And so those two stand as equals in that expedited category. I'm sorry, prioritized category. Expedited, you see here on the right-hand side on the table, is based on license type, social equity program participants. DBE, again, for clarity, that's women, minority, and veteran-owned businesses. And then some folks do enjoy both or several categories within there. License types are very specific. And I'm sure I'll miss one and I apologize. It's micro businesses, it's craft cooperatives, it's outdoor grows, it's independent testing labs. And again, I'm sure there's others that I'm missing, but that's the general gist there. And then a general applicant is not qualified for either prioritized or expedited review. But fear not, as I indicated earlier, there's one application awaiting our review, so it won't be long before we get to yours. So hopefully folks don't feel discouraged by not qualifying for some of that prioritized or expedited review. This slide here is one that I like to sink my teeth in periodically, as I think it's a good overview of data and how you can observe it and see things, whether it be trends or things that just deserve monitoring. I highlight certain slides or cells for you just simply because I feel like it focuses my conversation with you. So again, you see here there's marijuana couriers. We have 9 that have commenced their operations across the Commonwealth. As far as delivery operator, you see here that there's marijuana delivery operator 8 that have commenced their operations across Massachusetts. That said, delivery operator seems to be the more popular license type. You see there's 24 provisional licenses that have been issued as compared to 11 for a courier. And the value of an operator license versus a courier, the operator may warehouse and white label their products. So they're serving as a bit of a brick and mortar retailer themselves without the brick and mortar aspect, whereas a courier is delivering on behalf of a retailer and must maintain that relationship through the order itself occurs to the retailer. 108 cultivators have commenced their operations across the Commonwealth. We'll break that down a little bit more later. But you see the provisional license is 173. That is a massive amount and obviously worth noting. I'm not sure that all of those will open their doors at some point in Massachusetts, but all of them are working to do that and trying to identify their pathway forward in this marketplace. Those 25 final licenses, though, have built out their facility, are in the process right now of introducing inventory and hiring their employees. And it's a good likelihood that they will, in fact, enter the marketplace soon enough. 307 retailers across Massachusetts. They are scattered throughout Massachusetts. So there is presence in every single county across the Commonwealth. And of course, we're starting to see some potential saturation to that. At the same time, we're still seeing strong sales. There is certainly still market demand in this space. I think I saw an article earlier this week that indicated last month was our biggest month or heaviest month with sales per value. So I think it was 152 million broken down between both the medical and adult use programs. That's a good indication as to market strength and market demand, especially with the introduction of those regional states, those neighboring states. So states like New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, all introducing their sales. Also, I'll pause here and congratulate our counterparts in Maryland for the introduction of their legal sales. Very quick turnaround for them, and it appears as though they've successfully rolled out their program. We were happy to lend a hand where necessary and where possible, and obviously looking forward to their success. I'm a bit of a competitive person by nature, so they can take their time and roll their market out as is necessary. But again, we're proud of our progress here too, and obviously happy to share anything that we've learned along the way. I guess I'll pause there or move on if necessary. And
Yeah.
I thought I might have triggered some comments, so.
I had a question. In terms of the courier license and delivery operator license, I know it may seem a little bit counterintuitive, but I was curious if there was any overlap in ownership between the licensees who are under the courier license and delivery operator. I guess I'm trying to get to if we see people sort of going towards delivery operator from the courier space.
I think that would be most likely true in the pre-cert phase, especially. And a lot of that predates the introduction of the operator license. So folks began the process for courier and then pivoted. I don't think anyone has pivoted beyond the provisional license phase, though. That's right.
Do you have an idea of the number?
I
I
would-
it's a small universe, but I was just.
Yeah, I would say less than a handful. But that's a guesstimate, to be clear. I'm sure in the meantime, someone in our staff is probably punching numbers into a laptop to get me that figure. At the same time, I would say less than a handful. But into Commissioner Roy's observation, folks have gone through the pre-cert, applied for and secured a provisional license, and then pivoted as well. But no one, to my knowledge, has gone final, commence, and then pivoted. And I think really what I would attribute that to is the sequence of timing. Courier was available before, and one operator came online. I think folks realized, one, examining the market, examining the potential for how do I get investors and capital, and what license do I deem more viable. And I would argue, I think operator certainly has some advantages that courier does not.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. You speak to the article about market opportunity and there's still some space for, for retailers and cultivations and folks in this industry. I think I had asked maybe 2 meetings ago about how many economic empowerment or social equity cultivators do we have?
You will see that slide coming up.
Awesome.
Yep.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roy?
I just have a question on the craft marijuana cooperative.
Mhm.
How long have those 4 been in the provisional phase?
I'd have to go back and look at last year's numbers and the year before it. I'd say you're looking at a long time.
It's a weird construct.
Yeah, it might not be a low-hanging fruit, but it could be mid-range fruit.
There's, no, but I do think that there's some, and this is one of the things that I've spoken with different commissioners on, is that there might be an opportunity for us to take a look at the craft cooperative license and see how we can look at that group of 400 social, equity, economic empowerment applicants that are in the provisional stage, and, see if there may be some
Opportunity there.
some opportunities there.
Just for context, the craft cooperative license it's a construct for sure. Those craft principles need to live by those. Massachusetts residency, Schedule F tax return. So each one of those becomes you're narrowing your pool every single time with each of those requirements. And I think folks have looked at that license type for some advantages, obviously being lower fees, the ability to scale and share resources, but also having several locations means several HCAs, means several leases, and all those need to be scrutinized. And so my anecdotal evidence suggests that folks have therefore pivoted to outdoor grows. Just being, it's more viable for me to go it alone, and I still get some of the advantages outdoor grows offer. It's an expedited review. It is fee reductions. So again, people are making those personal choices based on their particular business models, but the best craft cooperative model I could probably reference is like Ocean Spray, for instance, but this is also a Schedule I drug. So that complicates factors too.
Just along the,
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
thank you. Do other jurisdictions that you're aware of have this license type, and maybe if they are a little more advanced or successful, maybe we could look to see if
Sure.
there's some differences between our license type and other jurisdictions?
There are cooperative models in other jurisdictions. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think California has some. They're not, I would argue, and this is observation. I would want to research it a bit more to be probably clearer with you or more accurate. As far as the stringency, it may not be that Schedule F tax return. They might also allow them the cooperative principles may be relaxed to a degree, but they exist in the sense of it's more cooperative ownership,
Right.
like employee-owned businesses, et cetera. And I think, so I don't want to merge the two worlds necessarily, but again, the cooperative aspect of that is what I've observed in other jurisdictions, less so the outdoor grow Schedule F residency requirements.
But we have, we have Ocean Spray here, and that is farmers in multiple towns sharing resources, yet everything here is town by town.
Correct.
And so it is sort of an awkward, but the other thing is a lot of farmers, they get federally guaranteed loans, and, even if they can sort of get around, that there are some problems for farmers because the federal government is so heavily involved with a lot of what local farmers do.
That's right.
So, in theory, it's a great thing, but in reality, if you
I think
kind of
that's right.
really understand farmers and farming and kind of how it works,
Yeah.
the Ocean Spray ideal was a good one to model after, but I don't know if there were functions.
You raise a great point, especially when I mentioned the HCA aspect, but also the Schedule F. A lot of farmland in Massachusetts is subsidized through agricultural preservation restrictions, which is subsidized through the USDA. There are some state-based APRs as well, but sussing through that, finding the right property can oftentimes be a challenge. And then again, scaling those resources. And when we talk about scaling resources, it makes some sense in the context of small farmers in a cranberry space. But of course, cranberries don't have the same restrictions that cannabis does. And it may not be as capital intensive. The security requirements, the perimeter fencing, all those different things may not have to exist in a cranberry context. Where it does, it absolutely has to exist in a cannabis context. So worth digging into. I think, Commissioner Roy, to your point, I would not diagnose it as being the lowest hanging fruit by any means. But as you see, the license is not as appealing or attractive as others.
No, but I think this is a longer conversation about why it's not working.
Exactly.
And how can we possibly reconfigure it? Because, I looked at this a long time ago and it doesn't really work. So for a lot of people, but anyway, so moving on.
Moving along.
Anybody else has any? Thank you.
And so, Commissioner Camargo, these next few slides, I think, do answer your previous question, which is looking at there's broken down into two separate categories. One is economic empowerment. The other is social equity program participant. So to your question, as far as cultivators, you see that there are two provisional licenses for economic empowerment. And that's, again, exclusively economic empowerment that have provisional licenses. None have commenced their operations. That said, you look at retailers, there are 14 that have commenced their operations. Looking at the delivery licenses, you see there's 2 delivery operators and 4 marijuana couriers. So again, this is a slide I'll continue to bring back periodically so we can see that progress, hopefully see that progress, or if nothing else, use it to diagnose what efforts might be necessary to, one, in this slide, you want to advance left to right, not downward as I mentioned in the previous slide, but you look here at the total volume, there's 123 licenses or applications across the entire spectrum of the industry license types. But again, you want to see folks in that last column, which is the commence operations phase, is 22 across the industry.
Sean, go ahead.
Just, I know we've said this in the past, but how many EEAs are there? And so we have 22 that have commenced ops.
Right.
How many do we have?
There's 122 combination individuals and entities that have a economic empowerment status. That said, there could be dupes in here, duplicative folks that may enjoy 1 or 2 or 3 licenses as a single entity. So I don't want to, please don't interpret the 123 total as suggesting that everybody has something in the queue at some point. There might be multiples of the same entity having multiple licenses. So we could theoretically, and it takes some work to cull through the data. There's not, to our benefit, there's not a lot of data. It's 123, so we could probably sift through that to figure out how many entities that represents.
I'm curious on that because there's 22 out of 122, and of the 22, there's dupes.
Yep.
I would
So
suspect
that
you're right,
number
yeah.
is inflated. And so really, it's like it'd be like 10% of all the EEAs have
Sure.
gotten to commence ops. So that'd be if there is. I know we've got our work plate
Yeah,
up
yep.
run it over, but if there is time to do a deep dive on that, that would be interesting.
I I'd be curious how many entities, yes, I'd be careful. I'm cautious not to describe it as inflated necessarily. My hope is that every economic empowerment applicant might enjoy several licenses. That would be a good thing. But so
It's about, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's about maybe 3 entities that that are in there. I mean, I could think about maybe 3 off the top of my head, but there's probably 3 or 4, I think, entities.
it's got to be more than that, but
You
not,
think so?
not a lot. Well, just the math, you
Okay.
can only enjoy 3 per. But I,
Maybe, yeah.
it's worth finding out.
Yeah, it's worth finding out.
Yeah.
I think this is Madam Chair, if I may, just, I think that this is a good opportunity to speak about economic empowerment. I know we've been talking about it. I know it was one of the first programs that we, launched at the commission, but I also know that economic empowerment operators are struggling. Obviously, they some of them open their gate, open the doors and are struggling financially, thinking about whether, how to, very honestly, how to get out. Right. I've had a lot of conversations with folks in the economic space, and for them it's lack of capital right now. I know we have the Social Equity Trust Fund, which is sort of doing its thing and moving at the pace that they're moving right now. But this is definitely something that we need to speak about. I had put this down, Madam Chair, on the first round with our when we picked our regulatory topics, and I think that it's something we should definitely talk about. What does this mean? How do we incorporate this? How do we incorporate it for them to be able to be viable and successful, right? Because I think when I look at this, of course, it's alarming, but we also know that the access to capital has been very difficult. And when we think about what the mission was for the economic empowerment and folks that receive that, we're not there yet. But also, how do we give them an opportunity to think past, even just the name economic empowerment, applicant, right? They're no longer applicants, they're now operators. So there's definitely a lot to think about in this license. And I'm concerned that we'll see some of our economic empowerment operators close their doors because of the struggles that they are having now, especially what's in the regs to keep an economic empowerment being economic empowerment, right? There's a lot of requisites that they need to have in order to be economic empowerment. So thank you for doing this. I think it's another conversation we need to have sooner rather than later, because, we want to make this successful, but we also may lose some people due to the challenges that they're having.
And I agree with you. And this is something that I have, been talking about in different meetings. I think that it is timely for us to take a deep dive looking at what we do in terms of all sort of social equity, economic empowerment. We have 400 either social equity or economic empowerment groups or persons at the provisional stage. Especially since it looks like we're going to have to be rethinking our expenditures and our budget. I think we need to do a deep dive to determine how can we actually have impact to move, these folks from provisional to commence operation, but also looking at what are the resources that we can, bring to the table. You have the Social Equity Fund, but as I've, mentioned in conversations sort of individually and in this meeting, there are groups outside that could be helpful. And so I think that it's finding how do we sort of bridge between the Social Equity Fund, which is still in the process of ramping up. They don't have all the money that they're anticipating having, at least in this sort of, first fiscal year. But I think as a commission, we need to be looking at, if indeed our mission is to make sure that not just we're supporting these people, but we're getting them across the goal line to commence operation and then supporting them once they've commenced operation to make sure that they can thrive. And also that generational wealth, how do you transfer that? Those are issues that I think we need to do a closer look at. Is what we're doing in our social equity program having the impact that we need? And how do we tweak that to make sure that we are having that impact? So I'm 100% in agreement with you that we need to take a deeper dive on this and the 5-year, almost 6-year point. How do we sort of pivot and make sure that we have that impact before those doors close? Because those doors are closing. So, but thank you. Go ahead, Sean. Thank you.
Yeah, just on that point, as far as the generational wealth segue is what triggered this thought is in other, let's call it more mature or more, I hate to describe it this way, but normal, typical industries. One way to generate that wealth is through an exit. And we unfortunately, and maybe not unfortunately is the right way to characterize this, but we limit the ability of licensees to sell because we limit the audience that can buy. In other words, if you are capped at your 3 licenses, you may not acquire another license. And so oftentimes the way you generate that wealth is through your exit. And it is developing a brand and then pivoting away from it and selling it with some sort of, whether it be earned down or something. But because we are capped in licenses, those big players cannot gobble up smaller players. So I think Commissioner Camargo, to your point, there's not a lot of good options at that point. It's usually to close your doors or ride it out and generate profit, but that profit is not wealth. It's a living. And I think making a good living in any industry is still a worthwhile endeavor. But if the objective is wealth, then I don't know that you achieve it through a weekly sales receipt. So again, that's where cannabis is incredibly unique. And I think it poses therefore unique challenges. And I know we are, as an agency, are sensitive to that, but I think that's where, as policymakers, I know you want to spend some time too. We want to support that. So again, just some thoughts you didn't ask for. So this next slide is SEP. Again, similar presentation to economic empowerment. You'll see it's a higher volume, but not dramatically. At the same time, again, the objective being go left to right, get to that commence operations phase. For cultivation specifically, which was a question, you see there's 4 cultivators that are social equity program, as well as 2 final licenses. Similarly, there's 12 retailers that are social equity program participants. And again, the delivery courier, you see there's combined 12 with 6 and 6 respectively. So again, 37 total commence operations across the industry, which quick math is maybe 4%, something in that range. So again, don't quote me on that. It's just math was not my subject.
Yeah. If I may, Madam Chair, Sean, thank you so much for, I'm like taking a deep breath because I'm like, this is stuff that keeps me up at night, but thank you for adding this to the slide. I hope we can continue to keep it in there because I think, when you look at this, there are 4 marijuana cultivators for SEP. And I think the slide prior to this, there were 2 economic empowerment, I think. So I know that everyone who's part of the economic empowerment program or social equity program is not going to be an entrepreneur. They're not going to have a retail space. They're not going to have a cultivation. A lot of folks are going to be agents. They're going to go into ancillary businesses. A lot of folks want to get the training, the technical skills that our social equity programs, really, which is part of the mission of the SEP program, right? So I get it. Not everyone's going to open their doors, but where I sit in terms of my seat, but also for all of us, because we're all social justice, we're all public health, we're all industry, we're all public safety. But when I look at this and I think about the impact on the war on drugs, and I think about folks that ran to sign up to be part of the cannabis industry have not been part of the cannabis industry. So it's very hard to, I love this job and I love what we do, but it's always, as a policymaker, it's very hard to look at this and think about, Chair O'Brien, we talk about Rep. Holmes, right, at the State House. How many Black people are in these licenses? How many brown people? How many Latinos? What is the impact that we're doing as policymakers for the folks who have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs? And we know per data predominantly is Black and Latino folks, right? So I think about this, I look at this, and I have to say it because sometimes we don't like to have the conversation, but it's the reality. And to your point, Sean, and Madam Chair, you said it, generational wealth. People don't get into this business to be broke or to be stuck. Folks are struggling in the industry right now. And there's folks who came into this industry, opened their doors, sold, and got out and made their money, right? And what are we leaving for the space of economic empowerment and social equity? The scraps. And the window of opportunity is closing. And I know that we all advocated for the Social Equity Trust Fund. They got to figure their stuff out, right? They're moving along in the process. But I think as a commission, we have so many topics that we want to discuss. And I know that we have the list that we came up with last year and we turned into our legal team. We have the sort of, low-hanging fruit. And I hate to say that because I feel like everyone's taking a bong hit every time we say low-hanging fruit. But,
As long as we aren't in this room.
yeah, as long as we're not doing it right here, right? At least after 5. But, we gotta really think about this because I said this last time. As sitting commissioners, we have a due date. And I personally think about what is the impact that I'm able to do here with you all so that 10 years down the line, I could say, hey, we did this work together. So this is really important because the folks that we were supposed to be sort of, and the industry that was supposed to look a certain way does not look a certain way. And it's been 2.5 years and this is, at least for me, sitting here as a commissioner, and this is we're watching these numbers, all of us are, but this is so telling to see this on the wall right now that I'm like heated, right? So I just want to share that, and I just want to bring us back sometimes. We got our own stuff that we're all dealing with, but we got to really be mindful about what this industry really means, why was it legalized, and why we're all sitting here as appointees of our appointing authority. So I just want to say that. Thank you for allowing me to say that, but I think it's very important that we understand this and that this should be a low-hanging fruit, even though it's very difficult to look at this stuff. But I think somebody else has a comment, so I'll just pass on.
And first off, thank you, Commissioner Camargo, for those comments. I've said in the past that we're lucky to do this work because it's purpose driven. And I think that you don't often have a place where you work, where you are really ingrained and committed to the work that you're doing. And it reflects you personally as well as professionally. So I'm really, really grateful for this position. But I just wanted to say and clarify too for us all, anybody listening, for my fellow commissioners, is that at the core of our job is to identify these issues and figure out how to rectify it. So I guess I'm saying that to just make a note that let's do it. If if any of us see something and there's something that we identify as being an extreme problem that's glaring, then there's nothing to stop any one of the commissioners here from getting to the work and doing that. And that's why suitability is where it is now, because it was a glaring concern, so much so that I took my time and I've gathered other people's time. So Commissioner Camargo, thank you so much. The legal team, thank you guys as well. But it's things like that that do not help with sleeping. And when you're that involved and when you're living in it and you have people around you who've been impacted the way that they have, you know that when we talk about the war on drugs, it's not this bygone era. It is current. People are still trying to get on their feet. They are not in this industry. They are not succeeded, and we have barriers in place. But I'm just saying that on the mic right now, there is nothing to stop any commissioner from proposing a regulatory change when it is ripe and ready. And whenever you need me, Commissioner Camargo, and for any other commissioners up here, by all means, let's get to work. Let's just do it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And Madam Chair, I think you've said this before, and I know we've been talking about a little bit offline in terms of sort of taking the pause to look at stuff. The reality is that we all know there's a lot going on inside the commission, a lot. But these things are important to the industry. And I think for myself, I put this on my list. And y'all don't have to answer me today, but I will say, I definitely want to look at the economic empowerment regulations and sort of revisit them. I did it, last July with our legal team. I would want to do it again. If any of you all here anybody wants to partner on that, I welcome it because I think it's time. I'm doing social consumption right now, and I know there's other stuff. We have the 2-driver rule and so on and so forth. But my next topic is economic empowerment and sort of looking at those regs and trying to figure out, Sean, to your point, and Madam Chair, to your point, right? What's the generational wealth in some of this stuff, but also, what's the opportunity in it moving forward? So if anybody, and again, y'all don't have to answer today, but that would be my next topic, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo your statements. I think we need to really take a deep dive at the toolbox that we currently have and what are the tools in that toolbox? And are they the proper tools to help people be successful to get through this pipeline? Because we just don't need to look at the final columns and say, geez, we only got 37 out of, how many went through the SCP? We're over 700 now, or 900. And we look at 37. So part of this process of getting to work on this is looking at this toolbox and figuring out what is working and what is not.
Yeah.
And I get very frustrated when I hear, well, everyone's not meant to be a licensee.
Yeah.
That makes me crazy.
Yeah.
And so That is what I think we need to be focused on is we need to do a deep dive. What are we doing as a commission that's effective? What is having impact? As I have said in other public settings, my personal goal is within the next 18 months, how do we go from approximately 50 licensees that are either SCP or economic empowerment, and go to 70 or 75? I would like to have another conversation. Again, we have a lot to get through today.
Sure.
But I would like us to, I think we need to do an internal examination of what are we doing? Is it effective? If it's not effective, what do we do to change it?
And can I just say, and Commissioner Roy, to your point, I agree, but I'm also going to add tools which are on the table today and next week, which is host community reform, right? Folks advocate it. That's a huge tool, right?
Yeah.
That's been a huge barrier to folks to get in. Let's not lie. Cities and towns have created their own barriers for folks to be a part of this, and municipal equity, right? That's a big deal. You guys are about to change the landscape, with your municipal equity regulations, right? So not only do we have tools in place in the commission, and I know that there's stuff that we can't do it all, but I think that there's also, we have to work with our cities and towns and figure out what the tools are on the ground, because a lot of folks have been blocked at a city and municipal level. Not at a commission level. So I just want to say that, but those are also tools that we gotta, not just sort of point the finger at the CCC, but also, look at what's happening. So I'm excited about host community reform and municipal equity, because I know that the legislators and, folks who worked on this for years are waiting for this so that these numbers do change.
Yeah.
So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Say one more comment.
Sure, please.
And I think you can probably hear when I'm speaking. First off, I think we're all exhausted because it's been a long, few months just getting to this point and drafting, and I feel like everyone collectively as an agency, all the staff, the teams here, this is a day. So we've been anticipating this, but I hesitate whenever we talk about what needs to happen without taking ownership in doing it. And I just want to make sure that we're mindful of that. It's like I think that gets a little bit frustrating because we are now past the 5-year mark. So the more we wait, the more we linger, we see the problems, but without actually taking ownership of that and just doing the work, that is a little bit frustrating. And that's a comment. It's more of a comment than anything else, but I just wanted to add
I
that.
would like us, obviously, we have to get these regulations put to bed. But I would like to see us do one working meeting where we look at how do we move the needle here. We need to do an internal dive to see what we're doing well, what we can improve, how we can shift course, because I think we do need a course shift. So I would like us to have one of those days, maybe into September. I don't know, we're still trying to figure out the agenda, but that we get a presentation from our folks, in the equity program inside the commission, but also maybe ask some people to come and talk to us as well.
My only comment, because it's September, implementation is November for these regs. These regs are massive.
Yeah.
There's a lot that was put into the draft, but I know that there's going to be a ton of public comment. There will be potential revisions to the work.
Yeah.
We'll have more eyes on it. So I will say for myself, just being a part of so many components of this.
Yep.
There's no way I can kind of shift gears and do
Well,
something.
you're
by
also the
September.
point person on 2 different things, so you have.
Well, I have 3.
You have 3, you have the heaviest lift too, so.
But I mean, all of us as commissioners, we all, after this point, now that the information is public, it's all of ours.
Yeah.
So it's beyond just mine or
Oh, I
yours.
can't
or
just point at you.
Commissioner. You can't just point at me. It becomes the commissions. And so I'm just a little, I want us to also be mindful of that.
All right, thank you, thank you. A good conversation. Sean, if you could continue.
I can do that. And I will do my best. I will reserve my thoughts. It's hard not to agree with a lot of the sentiments. I also will acknowledge there's a market opportunity for economic empowerment and social equity as well. There is a consumer base that wants to know who these folks are. How do I get their products? What are their brands? And I think I look at that in a global context as far as where does Massachusetts stand in a national cannabis economy, potentially. And I think there's a huge, huge opportunity there. And I've also mentioned previously that a lot of Massachusetts companies, including SCP licensees and economic empowerment licensees, are doing really interesting things with this plant and those products. And I think therefore there are brands that can be developed and and cultivated, pun intended, in Massachusetts, and then frankly, and please don't interpret this literally, but shipped to other states. We see a lot of West Coast brands come east. It's time we start sending them back. And I think, again, I was touring a retailer recently that on their menu, they allow consumers, and it's consumers, it's an adult use program, to, in like a filter, you can search through who's SEP, who's EEA. And one, I thank them for doing that, because obviously it highlights those businesses that are Massachusetts based and obviously qualify under our criteria, but consumers are choosing to click those filters. And I just think, again, this is policy, yes, but there's market opportunity for sure too. So
Sean, I may recruit you to my economic empowerment working group.
just really busy these days, but I'm, yes, please. And I'm interested. So I will move on just because our time is of the essence. But I think to Commissioner Concepcion, to your point, there's data here. We can observe it. We can look at it. We can stare at it, and we can put some work into them. So as far as cultivation, again, I'll dwell on this a little bit. I've always highlighted this is license volume. The 60% and 13% is license volume, not canopy volume. So just to be clear and want to differentiate there. This slide also now does include micro businesses as far as the overall cultivation opportunity in Massachusetts as far as total canopy. So you see there's 3.34 million of total canopy, that's square feet, available across Massachusetts that's commenced its operation. That does not mean that 3.34 million is total active canopy. That's authorized canopy. So folks that might be a tier 10 might be at 80,000 square feet as opposed to 90,000, just so that's clear there. But you see in the queue, there's 590,000 square feet that enjoys a final license. Those folks will hit our supply chain at some point soon. And then those 4.75 million or so provisional licensees, I'm not certain as to their fate, but it's in the queue and it could be on its way potentially. So
Anecdotally, have we heard anything about outdoor grow with all the rain and everything that has been happening?
no, it's a good point. If my grass is any indication, it's green. But it's,
Or
yeah,
washed out?
yeah, exactly. So, no, it's a fair
Near
question.
the Connecticut River, or, yeah.
I've not heard anything anecdotally. Obviously, some towns too they've implemented water bans, et cetera. But now with the rain is where's the water table? So
Yeah.
it's a good point. So the honest answer is I haven't heard anything anecdotally, but I can ask around too.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you. And thank you again, this slide, I love this slide. And I always point out we're at 3.3 million square feet. And we have potentially, we could go to over 8 million potentially. So at some point, I think as a commission, we need to do a deep dive on the saturation in the market, where we are if the price continues to plummet. I mean, we're talking about more than doubling possibly our square
Right.
feet of canopy. And we need to look to see what more mature states have done around this. We have the relegation break
Right.
in our regs. We may need to talk about that further because as the price continues to plummet and, here we go, we're going to possibly double our inventory and our canopy. So I just want to say thank you for the slide, but I think this down the road needs a more robust conversation.
Thank you.
I mentioned too earlier the sales volume. Our price per gram and price per ounce is still low, especially as compared to historic data. But again, so there's there's a really great white paper opportunity to this around supply and demand, which is that patients and consumers they're finding access to cheaper product, and we are therefore probably more competitive than we've ever been with an illicit market. At the same time, if you're a business, you're looking at those numbers much differently than a consumer or patient would. And so I think it's fair. We have seen some folks come forward and attempt to voluntarily relegate themselves. And obviously that's something that we would grant as a business decision. If folks want to expand their tier, they must meet certain criteria as well. And so we always tell applicants, especially when you apply for a license, be sure that that's the license, that's the canopy tier you want to be in. You have the opportunity to go down. You may not go up without meeting certain criteria, which is that demonstrating product moved.
Do we proactively ask that of our cultivators? In other words, upon renewal, what percentage, 6 months prior to renewal, they have had to have sold 70%? Like, is that something we proactively?
I don't think it's captured in a renewal application. We do have the metric data though. So we would have that data.
Okay, maybe it's something that we could not saying we're going to automatically, if we decide as a commission, we want to enforce relegation, but in order for us to make that decision, it would be helpful to know what percent,
Yeah.
yes.
For example, if someone were attempting to increase their tier, they would submit to support their application, their data. We would then reconcile it with the data that we have though. So we don't just take their word for it. We do reconcile against our metric. We basically audit their metric inventory. I can assure you, we don't do that upon every renewal. I think it's probably just a volume issue for us as far as we'd want to be able to support that sufficiently with staff resources. And the renewal application is, as you know, it's not that it's a daunting application, but our staff does go through it. And we have less time than we would on an initial application. We have that 60-day window. So we process them as efficiently as possible, but because of that, we may not be scrutinizing data that is not required as part of renewal.
And I understand why, and probably there wasn't the need for it initially, but we might have a need to be able to access that information moving forward. So maybe if it's a line we can add in the renewal and they can self-report, and if we feel we need to cross-reference it, metric, maybe that's something we ought to consider down, only because what I see right around the corner is a lot of square feet.
Correct.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sean.
Moving along, the last data slide at least is a glimpse at our medical program. As I mentioned earlier, the certified active patients at 94,136. Again, it's holding steady at a certain volume above the 90,000 mark, but you do see a decline month over month. Those certified patients, 100,000. Again, the only distinction there is that folks are registering and finishing the application process. 102 entities have commenced their operations. Reminder, medical being vertically integrated, that represents the entire supply chain, so cultivation, product manufacturing, and dispensing to patients.
Thanks.
Few quick updates for you, and then we'll have that quarterly budget update from our Chief Operating Officer. Few things just wanted to bring to your attention, obviously through you, therefore to the public as well. Metric has been our vendor for seed to sale tracking since our inception. We originally entered into a 3-year contract with them with the options to extend. And this year, upon negotiating that extension, so that, as you do know, we have a procurement out. I don't want to link these two necessarily, but we need to make sure we have a seed to sale tracking system. In those discussions with Metric, we've agreed to a 3% increase. That obviously includes the fees that we pay, but there is an industry impact to that. So I want to be honest with you about that. We will be sharing information with our licensees after this meeting. Want to make sure you knew about it prior to anything being circulated externally. To be clear, as far as that impact, a single plant tag costs 25 cents. So a 3% increase would represent less than 1 cent, but rounded up to 1 cent. So for instance, a 5,000 tags would represent an increase of $37.50. There is a $40 per month license fee that licensees pay to Metric. Again, that's $40 per month. A 3% increase represents $1.20. So annually, it's going to be a $14.40 increase. We do cover those fees for economic empowerment and social equity program participants. We will continue to do that, but it is those tags, of course, will go up. A few things that obviously are of interest to me. Those tags are plastic. That drives me nuts. By no means am I'm environmentally conscious, I guess I'll say. At the same time, it's a lot of plastic. And I know that Metric has been working, for instance, on hemp-based tags, which is, I would volunteer, and I've shared this with them. If they're looking for any jurisdiction to pilot that, sign us up. We're in, because I think it's appropriate, but obviously something I'm sensitive to. And I just want to be honest, this is $1, saying, I don't want to be dismissive. 1 cent per tag, it's 1 cent, sure. But as we've been talking about the economy of cannabis right now, margins are tight. That 1 cent turning into $37 for large volume, that $37 is going to be spent somewhere else in that business. So we will continue to look for where relief is possible. But again, we wanted to make sure folks they had advanced notice of this. This will roll out by September. So here we are in July. I want to make sure we got ahead of this. Obviously grateful to Metric as a partner for us throughout our history. And this is the first increase too. I want to be honest about that. These tag prices and the monthly fee has been locked in by contract since our inception. So this is their first increase of 3%. So I guess happy to take questions on that. If there are any, I can move on as well. And again, we'll circulate this to industry and make sure that's
Thank you
available.
for putting that in context. When I saw 3%, I was getting a little freaked out, but when I realized what the actual cost is, any cost increase, and we're all looking for ways that we can reduce overhead and, you know, cost burden, but I think that this is something that is reasonable.
And I expect, obviously, this is a change, and it's, like I said, any increase is an increase. And any increase is also in context or in concert with other increases. You know, a lot of industries are experiencing supply chain issues and other cost increases. So this is joining that environment. I guess speaking of costs and increases, et cetera, the FY24 budget, I sit here today, it is July 13th. We do not have a fiscal budget in Massachusetts. The legislature is working on it. In fact, there could be some news today, tomorrow, et cetera. I don't know. At the same time, we are living that reality. Obviously grateful to the support we've always received from the legislature, from the administration. We are living, though, under a 1/12 budget alongside every other agency across the Commonwealth. What a 1/12 budget means is taking last year's appropriation, dividing it by 12 per month. And so we then have, essentially, we are level funded as of last year's number for 1 month. Any expenses, any new contracts, new vendors must be approved by the comptroller's office. So it's basically a fiscal holding pattern. We are managing it. We always have. This is not the first time this has happened. It does mean we need to be sensitive, though, to things like procurements, things like hiring, things. We want to make sure we're not building ourselves a fiscal cliff that we might eventually have to address later in the fiscal year. The later we get in the fiscal year, the harder it is to realize any savings or we have to basically either cut deeper and or stop more things to get to that end date. Regardless, between the House and Senate numbers, neither one of them met our full request. The Senate approved this at the governor's House 1 number. The House approved this at a bit higher, but still not our full request. Again, please don't interpret, this is a message to the legislature, please don't interpret that as a lack of gratitude. We appreciate their support. We are optimistic that the House number will prevail. Regardless, though, we will have to reassess our spending plan. And we will do that. And to be clear, that is something that will return to the commission for your consideration and approval once complete. I can't predict the date because I don't have a number today. So it could be August, it could be September. At the same time, we will, once that number is clear to us, once we're able to survive any potential vetoes and overrides, et cetera, we will come back to you with a spending plan that meets that number and seek your consideration and approval.
Commissioner Roy, then Commissioner Concepcion.
So mine's a metric question.
Yeah, sorry, we've moved on.
Yeah. So I understand we had to renegotiate a contract. Is that a done deal? Is it like we've signed it?
Yes.
Okay. I guess my question is, we've had numerous roundtables and we've had numerous meetings about metric jail. And, you know, we met with former Commissioner Doyle and she said something that really resonated with me, and that is her agency, they have the resources to train their staff so they don't end up in metric jail. But some of our EEAs or SCPs or you know, our smaller cultivators or product manufacturers or anyone everybody, they don't have necessarily the resources to do a robust training. And I didn't know if this is something we could do with metric, where we could call that, you know, have maybe this calendar year where they can do an online, a virtual training to how to stay out of metric jail. And that's free for, you know, our licensees, because it's really tying up, in some cases, millions of dollars in product that are sitting in metric jail and they're stuck. So, you know, I didn't, you know, since this contract is signed, I don't know if there's a way to revisit with them on how can they work more directly with us and our licensees. Like you say, the ABCC does training, it's preventative. How can we work with them to help keep them on?
Yep.
If I can just to echo what you were saying, we had a meeting and we had Jim and Geneve who, you know, manage our testing, and we had conversations with some folks from the industry, with former Commissioner Doyle. And I've mentioned this before, the ABCC does do regular trainings with licensees. Even in this conversation that we had with our testing team and some of the folks from the outside, it's clear that some of this is just, you know, a training issue. And so I'm hoping that, you know, both with our licensing and inspection people, we can, just like the ABCC does, have regular interface with licensees, one, that we can educate them, two, that we can hear practical feedback, because some of the feedback that we heard from some of the licensees, it was like, oh, we can fix that. And so there's stuff that we can maybe streamline or fix internally. So, this is something that, I've spoken to Sean about, but I do think that, having these regular opportunities for our staff to interact with the public, to hear complaints, to hear, any, suggestions for improvement, but also to train. I think that would be, very helpful. So I don't know if you have any.
It just got, we're hearing a repeat, like R&D panels are a problem, like it's, so there's common mistakes that are being made. So I just, and it's affecting every license type, and so.
Hopefully this just provides peace of mind. I don't think that requires any contract negotiation or renegotiation. In fact, training is part of our contract, and that includes the training that is always available to our licensees on demand. But then I hear you as far as the potential for specific programming and or availability. I'm sure Metric would probably object to the characterization of jail. At the same time, I guess I don't want that to become a term of art per se. Exactly.
Stuck. They get stuck
Yeah.
and they don't know how to.
I'm not saying I object. I'm saying probably Metric would have a bit of a
Yeah.
branding issue with that. Oh, without a doubt. Yeah. I'm sure they'll want to. I'll probably hear from them. That said, I would not be worried about our ability or inability to do that based on this contract. We have that opportunity.
But some of the jailing or the stuckness is our oversight of metrics. So this isn't necessarily a metric problem. It's a communication and a streamlining, issue. So
And oftentimes it's a licensee mistake that needs to
Well,
be
stuck to the
rectified.
mistake,
And
yeah.
And so we work through it in each and every instance. We work through it, but to be honest, it's manual for us as well. So it's impacting us. And we're devoting staff time and energy to it. And it's time, I want to say it's time well spent, but it's not. We're going to spend that time because it's necessary to spend that time. But if we could spend our time doing other things because this was not an issue, we would therefore have it.
But it is time well spent, because this is what I was listening to in this meeting, is that if we do a better job of making sure that especially those smaller licensees don't make those mistakes in the first place, then our staff, we were told, Genevieve said that something like 25 to 50 basically mistakes a day. A day. So then that's very labor intensive on our part. That in half, we'd be saving them quite a bit of time. So that's why this is, again, it's all good. It's just we have to kind of make that connection and continue that outreach with the license.
And we can, will, and we will do that.
Thank you.
And I don't think the contract is a hurdle that we have to overcome. In fact, the contract, I think, would facilitate that. So,
That's great.
and I'll make sure that happens.
That's right. And they are also doing a modernization. So Metric is going to be doing some things that may also solve some of these problems just with some of their improvements in their technology. And they're going to be beta testing sometime in August. So.
In over time too, Metric we've asked for and secured enhancements to Metric, changes to Metric. In fact, some of those enhancements and changes have led to Metric stuck. And for instance, licensees are able to use multiple labs for a single panel. And we need to make sure those get reconciled to ensure it's a full panel was in fact conducted and that one test was not missing and so that is something that our team manually reconciles with Metric. And so that is why folks have inventory that might be quote stuck. It's because one panel is in, but the full panel is not accounted for. Right. And we've got to make sure that everything is done. So
but that's a policy issue that also we need to
address that.
We know that
as well.
Yep. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
We're all good. Okay. Keep going. Sure. Yes, it's 11:30. Okay. I will entertain a motion.
I just wanted to get my
please, I
question
beg
because
your
we're still
pardon.
on the slide.
Please. Thank you.
Sean, I had a question about the budget. A few
Sure.
questions. So I'll try to be really quick, understanding that we need to take a break. I want to make sure that I'm understanding your breakdown correctly. So depending on how the final budget rolls out, we could be operating at a deficit right now?
No.
Okay.
It would not be level service though.
Okay.
So things like, so if the governor's number combined with which the Senate number matches, would not be a level service budget for us would be annualizing a lot of our existing contracts and annualizing a lot of the salaries we've brought on late this fiscal year. We'd have to, I think, do some reconciliation as far as how do we meet that spending level. And the House's number is more than level service, but not at our full request. So we would not grow at the amount we were hoping or aspiring to. So regardless, between both numbers, we're going to have to we have to take a serious look at our budget.
Do we have any idea of the impact on that has on our new authorities and responsibilities under the new law?
So our request incorporated elements of what we thought implementation would look like. It's hard to implement an unknown regulation, so we weren't sure what the full workload would look like. So we took our best guess. I think inevitably we know that in order to implement things like HCAs, especially thinking through the potential for social consumption, which is still it's a idea construct. We're still not certain what finality is going to look like. We can predict, though, reasonably that it's going to require bolstering our licensing team, especially. And then we are always going to be in need for additional investigators in staff in the field. And that's based on existing work, never mind new work. And then thinking about HCAs, for instance, and reviewing or thinking about elements and that's contract work, that's legal work.
Yeah.
And so thinking about our enforcement council staff as well and how do we bolster them.
That was on my mind.
Yep, and the staff work, is it attorney, is it paralegal, is it some combination of both? How much can be trained to a licensing specialist or licensing analyst? Knowing that in the HCA context as well, there's that model HCA. For me, the simplicity of a model HCA is if someone uses the model HCA that this commission adopts or creates, we deem it compliant. So that's easy. But if you've gone about and if a community or a licensee for whatever reason determine that they want an exclusive or a specific HCA, we know we need to spend some time on that. So the budget proposal we had for fiscal 24 that we submitted to the legislature and the administration incorporated at least some baseline expectations around implementation. But I would selfishly want to reserve the right to reevaluate that too once these regulations are final.
Okay.
And that might require us to then ask the legislature for a supplemental.
I'm curious. So I asked all these questions because I shared, we're all extremely grateful to the legislature for passing Chapter 180, which was remarkable. But it also, it's like I'm kind of confused about the level of funding that we received because we see that there's support for the work that we're doing here, but yet when it comes to funding, it's not so aligned. So I'm wondering if there's any additional context, anything else that we can kind of gather from that.
I guess this is piling on, but I think it really highlights your point. The Chapter 180 actually expanded the public awareness campaign and the legislature did not fund at all the public awareness campaign. So we have more work to do with no money. Again, that is something that I think we need to return to the legislature with and demonstrate that need. So, and be articulate about that.
Thank you, Sean.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to recess till 11:45. Mr. Stebbins?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy? I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo? Aye. Commissioner Concepcion? Aye. Commissioner Roy? Aye. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We will return at 11:45.
Kate, can you hear?
It literally just popped up on State House News this morning.
You can see, you can take off.
Yeah, there it is.
Bring another.
You're unmuted.
Okay, we're unmuted now? Okay, good. All right, so, we are moving to, the budget,
Just one update for you.
yeah, okay.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Just the last item on my report, wanted to briefly touch on a return to office process or policy that's underway here at the agency. As you know, we've been working throughout COVID in a remote hybrid field environment, really fluid. Obviously, as we emerge, as society emerges, we too as an agency are emerging from COVID. I've informed our staff that the intent is to return to office by September. And obviously, to do that, we've got to think about some logistics. As you know, we've hired a lot of staff. A lot of our staff are new during COVID. This agency has not stopped as far as its construction, its evolution. We do enjoy, obviously, space here in Worcester, space in Boston. And so how we physically house that staff, how departments function is an exercise that's underway right now. I just want to acknowledge a lot of our staff have continued to be in the field throughout the pandemic, interacting with licensees, interacting with patients and customers, et cetera. And our staff has been doing yeoman's work as far as how to pivot. There was no manual or handbook on exactly how to go home and work from home. And a lot of agencies figured out how to do it and react. And our agency is one of those agencies that has been able to do that. So we are working on a plan right now as to how best to bring our workforce into a permanent environment. I suspect it will be a hybrid, just as most businesses and agencies are conducting their business. The other thing that I think is important is we continue to collaborate with our employees on what that looks like, how that functions, including, for instance, how do departments work? Knowing that some departments are going to want a physical presence every single day of the week, just to ensure that they support all of the staff. So think about IT operations, et cetera. And other departments are going to want to collaborate as a full department and not have that individual coverage in every day. So the reason I say that is we're thinking about this, what is the impact on individuals and what is the impact on departments? And then obviously as an individual within a department, what is the impact personally for me? That's a process that has been underway for some time. Again, I've communicated that date to our staff. We are working now on finalizing what that plan looks like. I have every expectation of having that plan before you in short order. Obviously, thank you too for your contributions to it. You've been, the commissioners have been part of this exercise from the beginning. Obviously, it's important that we have your feedback. We're gathering that feedback from our departments today and again throughout the past couple of weeks and months. And I think with that, I'll obviously plan to come back to you once that plan is finalized, so to speak, to ensure that it meets with your approval as well and it meets with your expectations. Just to be clear too, there will be an expectation, a minimum expectation of days in the office and what that looks like for each of our individual staff. The reason we gave our staff this advance notice is because there's an impact. What does childcare look like for our staff? How do you ensure that you and your household are as least impacted as possible? How do we fully maximize both of our spaces? When we built out Boston, it was always intended to be a satellite office. Given our head count right now, it's going to be occupied. And so we just want to make sure we're able to be sensitive to our footprint. I was really personally passionate about things like work benches and those open air, like our investigator space over in compliance officer space just around the corner from us. That was really great pre-COVID. That is the worst possible work environment post or during COVID. So that modern office environment is something that we might end up paying for a little bit now. But again, there's luxuries to be able to shut an office door versus working in a cubicle. And so how do we facilitate a safe space too? So again, just thank you to all of the commissioners for your contributions. Thanks to our department and our employees for their thoughtfulness. This is happening. It's happening by September. And again, as I've always said to our staff, it's going to happen with you, not to you. So I just appreciate the opportunity to update you. And again, look forward to getting your comments throughout this exercise.
And I appreciate your input. I know that, a number of us had, seen some of the proposals, and I think that moving towards something that's a little bit closer to say what the gaming commission and what the governor's office does, I think that it's appropriate, but also understanding what the individual responsibilities of the job are to be flexible around that. So thank you. We appreciate that, Sean.
And that's my report. Obviously, the FY23 budget update will be handled by Alyssa Stack, our COO.
Good morning still. This is the quarterly budget update. I want to start before we go into some of the numbers first by acknowledging our CFAO, Adriana Leon, who helped with this. She was also recognized by the Boston Business Journal as one of the CFOs of 2023. So I'm really proud to have her, and also very thankful that we have her to help us. This is our update through Q3. It is not the end of the fiscal year update. We'll do that in September. I also want to thank here Danielle, Dan, Quay, and May in our fiscal team who helped us get through this last quarter and are still busily working on closeout for fiscal 2023. And Happy New Year to everybody. Make your fiscal 24 resolutions, and we'll see you in September, October to see how well we're doing on those. So next slide. So this is year to date, again, not final for fiscal 23. This is the quarterly update. Just to highlight a few things here. As Sean had mentioned, our total budget for fiscal 23 was $19.22 million. As of June 30th, 2023, the commission has spent $15.2 million of the budget, which equates to a full expenditure of 79%. Again, this is not final. When I come back in September, October, that expenditure rate will be higher because we still have bills and invoices coming in and payments to go out. That's also because not the same expenses, of course, are spent every year. We'll continue to pay our vendors over the next couple of months. So on our next slide here, we've got our operations budget. Some highlights here on admin. We overspent a little bit of our initial budget of what we thought we would spend in admin expenses, and part of that was covering office equipment, office supplies, subscriptions, and other miscellaneous services. We had some last minute expenditures in June, including purchase of promotional materials and subscriptions, one of the subscriptions to LinkedIn to help with our recruitment efforts. So where we have underspent what we, again, originally estimated is in consultants and contractor expenses. That covers most non-IT services, such as translation. We have the governance contract, for consulting services there, investigative services and support to financial investigations, outside counsel, for research, University of Waterloo, where we acquire some data that you will see the benefits of in the reports later this year. And then we also had an external research consulting panel, which we have sort of together on contract, but not charged against the contract yet. And so again, here I would highlight that these were planned expenditures, estimated and either not getting them on contract in time or not executing those contracts in time. Again, based on what we estimated a year ago.
Madam Chair,
Please.
I just have a question also. Under consultants and contractors, does outside counsel fall into that?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead. Okay. So then, and the other thing I would note here too, again, these will change when we do end of year because there are still invoices coming in. On the IT bar, this is one I expect to change a lot next time we see you, because again, we still have some of those invoices coming in. We were about $773K below the budget. However, our monthly charges remain on track. And this line, just to remind you, this is software, hardware. So it includes laptops, monitors, accessories, cell phone service, internet service, as some examples there. Office space, we are on target here. And this does reflect 12 months. I don't expect to see too much change in there. Area here, next is payroll, where again, we are relatively close to our estimate. Over the last fiscal year, so from July 1, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, the commission onboarded more than 46 employees, which is remarkable. And we spent a lot of time looking at deficiencies. I want to highlight this as a success of our HR office, past and present, and also of our hiring managers who we really started to pace our hiring to what we could actually acquire. In the last fiscal year, thanks to the executive director's emphasis, we hired more people in HR so we could do more people throughput. So
I do want to acknowledge here that we've had some success in our planning, even as a young agency. That's an area we targeted to say we wanted to do better in, and we've done better. There is also still some gap there, though, and that is because we still have some positions that remain unfilled in investigations, enforcement, IT, and legal department. Social equity and community outreach. This is an area, again, that we have underspent. The estimated budget was $761,000, and we spent $430,000. This was on 2 contracts. One contract was with Greenlight Business Solutions to provide training and technical assistance to social equity program participants. And that included cohort 3 training, technical assistance. And also I would note here that that training crossed fiscal year. So some of the training cost for the training was already accounted for and completed in fiscal 2022. And now we had some more in fiscal 2023. There's also a $58,000 expenditure for advanced curriculum that was distributed to the social equity program cohorts 1 through 3 just last spring. An area of underspending here was work with Archipelago Strategies Group to support program advertising and outreach. That was estimated, or that was spent, we spent $230,000 to raise awareness about upcoming social equity program cohort 4 and other equity programming in the Commonwealth. And there's a couple reasons I wanted to discuss for that underspend. One is planned. Again, this is a split fiscal year cost. So we did a total estimated cost for fiscal 23, and we are dependent on getting our money now in our budget for fiscal 24. That's also something the executive director, I think, briefed you in the past that we would request carryover funds if needed from fiscal 23 to make sure that we can finish this work. The other were some unplanned delays in completing the campaign, which had a domino effect then on other contractors and other projects that came up.
Can you explain that a little bit more in depth?
I can, and also I think there's some of the social equity program participants that might be able to do it better. So Sean, is it all right if I defer that to my colleague, Cedric? Go ahead, Cedric.
All right. Thank you, Alyssa. So yes, the social equity spend around the media campaign to raise awareness about the Commission's equity programs, as well as the Commonwealth's equity opportunities, is ongoing. And so, as you noted, there are some campaign deliverable delays with ASG, the Archipelago Strategies Group. And so what we're essentially have done with them up to this point is design and develop the campaign. The campaign is a integrated multimedia campaign that includes print ads, digital ads, and out-of-home engagement. This will really raise awareness of the opportunities here in the state so that we can make more people who are eligible for the program, one, aware of it, and then drive them to the opportunity so that they can apply and see if it is something that works for their life. So where we are now is the campaign has been conceptualized. Most of the assets have been designed and are in process of being delivered. Once they are delivered, we need to promote it and push it out through a media campaign that includes television, radio, billboards, etc. And so that's where a large bulk of the remaining budget sits. And so once we have all assets in hand, we'll work with another vendor to push it out through a integrated media campaign. And at the same time, we'll also have in-person and online community outreach events that include resource fairs, networking events, and other ways to engage statewide, specifically in DIAs and other communities that have been harmed. And so that is where the bulk of the remaining spend is and will be executed over the summer and fall.
Cedric, if you could, I would appreciate if you could put together a memo for all the commissioners to understand, one, what is the total budget for this? What have we already spent? What does that entail? And then what is the future cost of television, radio, and billboards? I'm frankly, and I've said this before, I'm frankly skeptical about expending money on television, radio, and billboards because to actually penetrate and get that message across, I think could be incredibly costly. And frankly, I think that we can be more targeted with our outreach programs to get to the people that, that would qualify or be interested in these programs. So if you could perhaps before the end of August, put together a document to share with the commissioners so we can see A, what has been spent, B, what is in production, and C, what is your media and your outreach plan, and then the dollars and cents that go along with that. I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, that's incredibly easy to pull together. You actually have a presentation from December, which has been disseminated, which includes much of the information. However, I think an update is worthy at this point. I also think we want to present it to the public in a public meeting discussion so that they can understand the targeting strategy, which you do have access to today. But the intention of the campaign is to indeed be as highly targeted as possible. In the past, commissioners have strongly advocated for ability to know how we're targeting through racial demographics, through location, etc. This campaign does just that. It ensures that the people who have been harmed by the war on drugs are very highly aware of the opportunities, and we are aware of what zip code they're in. We're aware that they may have interest or they may have experiences that align with our program. And so this is the most targeted and effective way to really get that word out, so that one of the pieces of feedback we heard early on from people like Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Camargo is that they were going into communities in places like Lawrence, and people weren't fully aware of the program's availability or fully understood what the program had to offer or that it even existed. So this really was designed with the intention of resolving that, ensuring that people are aware of A, what the program is, what the benefits could be to their life, and how they can qualify for it.
Thank you, and I agree. And that's why I think that last December, I think that we hadn't, I don't know if we'd onboarded the two outreach staff, or they may have just come on board. So I have never seen what the outreach plan is in terms of, again, having run a couple of statewide campaigns, I understand the cost of paid media can be pretty expensive, even if you're very targeted. And I just want to make sure that that money is well spent, because I actually think that a strong outreach plan can get to those targeted communities, frankly, in a better, more efficient way. So that's why I'd like to understand, one, given the fact that we're behind that spending and where we thought we'd be, and two, that you've hired two more people who are going to be executing that outreach. If you could put all of that together so we can see it, so that the commissioners can have an opportunity to understand whether or not this is the most efficient expenditure of monies in terms of getting that message out and reaching those people in the community. Again, I've talked about my experience at the Girl Scouts. Advertising, there are different ways that you can actually get your message out, but the most effective way to find people is in the community, whether it's through churches or working with the sheriff's offices. Those are the types of things that we did when I was at the Girl Scouts, reaching out to underserved communities. And we were able to increase our membership by 20% at a very low cost. So I'd love to see what you guys have and like to see what that outreach plan is. So thanks for that presentation.
Absolutely, and I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
Do you have a question, Commissioner Wren?
I do, and thank you, Cedric, for that update. I hear TV, radio, billboards, and digital. Do we have along the lines of digital a strategy for geofencing? And if we do, could you share it with us?
Absolutely. It's in the presentation that was provided in December, but essentially what we have done is we've identified two different spheres that we're geo-targeting on. One is areas of disproportionate impact. If you are currently in a city, town that has been identified, or a neighborhood that has been identified as a disproportionately impacted area, we will be able to geo-target to those specific places. So if you're at a cannabis shop, or if you're in your home within this community and you're searching for terms that indicate you may have interest in the cannabis industry, you are highly likely to be served one of these ads. Additionally, we looked at neighborhoods, cities and towns, zip codes that had high populations of African American, Latinx individuals. As research shows, these are the populations that have been most disproportionately impacted. And so if you're a town, whether you're a DIA or not, that has high concentrations of communities of color, you will be served these ads. And then if they're the layering of both a DIA and high concentration of people of color, you're most likely to have the highest concentration of the geo-targeted ads.
Madam Chair.
Please, Commissioner Camargo.
Can I roll the mic just in case?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's all.
Yes. Two things, just Cedric, thank you. I think, yeah, like the chairwoman said in terms of the memo, I think, like you said, and it's a timely update, so that's going to be helpful. I think we do this to Sean all the time. Sean tells us things and then we kind of either forget that Sean says it, but you keep mentioning the December presentation. And
Sure.
I know I went through a lot of the stuff. I read through it. If you can resend us that email, I think it'll be helpful
Absolutely.
for everybody because it was very thorough in terms of what is being done and what does it look like, characters, all kinds of stuff. I think that would be helpful if it goes in the top of our email. I think that'd be great. And then just to clarify, Sean, this is already approved budget. The other part that we have left, you've already approved this whole process.
So the commission approved it as part of the fiscal 24
Yep.
request.
Yep.
As I noted, I think depending on what available funds, what we get from the legislature is going to require us to revisit the entire.
Got it, the other part. Okay, all right, no, that's helpful to know. Yeah, thank you. That's my comment.
Commissioner Roy.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam.
And if
Chair.
I could add one piece, because I know in the past commissioners have been interested in whether or not we will be in the community, in the field. And just now, I know I heard conversation about going out into the community. That absolutely is part of the campaign. It's a separate budget than the ASG contract. So that's where Alyssa was alluding to, where some of the other projects are held up till we receive the deliverables. Once deliverables are received, that is two different pieces that will happen. One, as we spoke about, there'll be a media campaign to push out the content, but then coinciding with that, we will be in the field, in-person events, resource fairs, large-scale resource fairs across the entire state, budget depending, where people will have access to meeting mentors who are already in this industry, meeting with capital institutions who may be operating in the cannabis space, receiving engagement from the licensees who are highlighting job opportunities or contract opportunities. And so that will be another component, and the group will be in the field with aggressive campaign activity.
Commissioner Roy.
And thank you, Cedric. You answered part of my question around the in-person. Do you have any dates you can share with us today of where their team will be and so commissioners are able to attend?
Oh, we definitely will get that information. Unfortunately, we can't schedule that until we have all campaign assets in hand, have the material, the media schedule developed, because they will coincide together. So we anticipate receiving all deliverables in the coming weeks. And once we have them in hand, we can make final decisions about the timing of cohort 4's recruitment cycle.
And in those community fairs, it sounds like we'll be attending community
Absolutely.
fairs. Will we be hosting anything where we bring resources and agencies, where we host it and we bring everything together
Yes,
in
that's-
person?
That's what I'm referring to. We will
Okay.
be hosting statewide in-person engagements where we are bringing all of these resources together. So people who are already identified as equity participants or have interest or maybe a prospective participant can engage and have a gamut of resources and engagements that allow them to be informed if they want to enter this industry and learn pathways to enter the industry. And commissioners will be highly engaged in that process. Any commissioners who are interested will develop programming that will allow for commissioner engagement in these activities.
And thank you. And my final question is, I think it was last year we approved palm cards, and I've been eagerly awaiting these palm cards. So when I do go out in the community, what's the status of those palm cards?
Yeah, I'm sorry if that wasn't shared. We did circulate, actually it was, we circulated emails to commissioners notifying you that they all came in. We've used them. We've been using them in the field since about January, starting with the MMA event. So I'll make sure someone from the equity team gets you a nice healthy dose of those.
That's great. I'd love to have a supply of those. Thank you.
Just comment on that.
That's up
Thank you. I just wanted to also, I received some of those palm cards.
You did. Yeah, I want to get them.
Confirm that they are available.
Awesome.
Sure.
All right, Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Cedric, for the update. You know, just to piggyback on something you said, you know, I think Commissioner Camargo on a trip she and I had a while back to Springfield, you know, was talking to those local organizations, I think to your point, that want to be part of the recruitment. Even, you know, the mayor's office in Springfield, their diversity, equity, and inclusion person is like, tell me what I need to know and I will go help spread the word as well. So part of that is using those local networks, using some of the material that you're making available, but that broad kind of grassroots network is out there and available to us, as you and Celia well know. So I know they're anxious to go.
Yes, so are we. So it'll be I anticipate somewhere between this summer and fall we'll be out there full steam ahead, but we just need a little more time to be able to lock in dates.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Alyssa, any other questions, Alyssa?
All right, the last part here that I would highlight is the budget for vehicles, which we came close to full expenditure on, and that's in thanks in part to acquiring some new vehicles. Where we acquired 9 state vehicles for investigators and investigators in fiscal 23, where I have a total fleet now of 24 vehicles. And I want to acknowledge Megan, Anita, and the investigative team for that. It's a lot of work. There was a lot of physics, supply chain overcome. So there was a lot of back and forth. So don't want to make it sound like, you know, we just buying 9 cars is easy. It took a lot of work, and I want to acknowledge that. We can go to the next slide. I won't spend a lot of time on this. This is the same data presented in a different way. You saw full numbers. Here are your percentages. And we can go to next, which is on the medical marijuana program. Thank you. So again, similar categories here. In this case, though, we did not overspend on administrative expenses. Again, but though these cover office equipment, office supplies, other services. Part of the reason we did not overspend or meet the estimate here was we had budgeted for a scanning project based on past year figures and came in much less. We had budgeted 20K for that project. So instead of holding paper applications and paper material about patients, those get scanned into a disk so that we can meet the requirements for document retention without having to have a lot of paper. Then the paper is shredded so it's secure. And it cost a lot less this year. And so we will adjust estimates for that given the new costs and given that I think we're more caught up than we had been in the past.
Madam Chair, can I touch on that briefly too? Because as you know, paper is not a thing I'm a fan of. And as an agency, culturally, so to the point Alyssa's made, we inherited a lot of paper upon the transfer of the medical program from the jurisdiction of DPH over to us. If I had my druthers, we would not buy a filing cabinet, but we have plenty of filing cabinets. But that's an exercise that has been underway for some time as far as just archiving and clearing up. And to the vehicle point too, I just wanted to acknowledge and thank the team for doing that. If anybody here has tried to buy or lease a vehicle in the past year because of supply chain issues, they're just not available.
Yeah.
You drive by any dealership, there is no inventory. It's always used cars or something. So we've adapted, but I just, again, credit for the diligence. And at this point, if there's a vehicle anywhere on statewide contract, we call dibs. And so again, just thank you to the team for doing that, especially since our team is in the field. We're also, life cycles of vehicles is something we're sensitive to, and any and all equipment. And so we've now reached that state of maturity where the things we bought are now not obsolete, but entering their end of life. And so we need to continue to just cycle through those things and be proactive about that before it breaks down. So.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
On consultants and contractors, and we're way under budget there. Is there a way we can make investments in this program? And I mean, around outreach. So yesterday, as I said in my opening remarks, I gave a talk to older Americans. There was about 100 older Americans in the room. And we don't have any resources like those palm cards, which we have. Is there a way that we can make investments in this program? Talk to Kathy, talk to the group, and while we still have some funds there, or it's too late now, then closed out, right?
Correct.
Closed out.
So yes, we can do that. And it was something that I would be happy to work with the communications team on doing
Yeah.
and look at, again, if numbers come in fiscal 24 and that's available, we have the mechanisms to do it.
Great, thank
And
you.
also like,
Commissioner Roy, I appreciate you working with the seniors. I know they're an important population, and you're right, people don't think that they're kind of curious,
They
and
totally.
they totally are, and or lived in the 70s and
Yeah, it's
you know,
definitely.
we're doing their thing. But yeah, sorry. That being said, you know, I think Commissioner Concepcion said it earlier, right? Like, put it on a proposal and bring
Yeah.
it to the floor and we vote on it, right? Because otherwise we keep saying it,
Yeah.
and then it doesn't happen. And how much of a budget is it? You know, how is it $5,000-$10,000 to print? You know, how much is it, right? So I think thinking through some of that stuff, and putting it on the floor, I think it'll get done sooner rather than later. But
And I think
also
that's-
we can budget and plan for it.
I was gonna say that the time is now to start thinking about that because although it is a new fiscal year for fiscal 24, I'll be starting to nag Sean in about 5 weeks about planning for fiscal 25. And that is something though that I do want to make this body aware of and all of our staff listening. If you have a current year need, that's a maybe, because that's a maybe we would have to shift funds. If this is something we can plan for, and I think outreach would require that planning time, we can start to make that request for fiscal 25.
And the other thing too, and I'm only saying this because I worked with seniors at AT&T and at the DA's office, so I'm like, love the senior community, but also it becomes a all of us project.
Yeah.
Right? So I speak Spanish. I would love to partner on
Right.
Spanish speaking presentations to the Spanish speaking community because they're left out of the process, right? So I think that should become something that, you know, that if we put that in play, that we can all sort of be able to, you know, help you in that sort of that campaign to educate seniors throughout the state. So
But I think that this is also sort of understanding what community outreach is, because I feel like it's directed towards this one program. Yet there are so many different facets of communicating to the public. You know, the fact is we have not had our public education budget funded. However, I just received something, you know, a friend of mine who works at UMass Medical sent me an article about, I think it was at Boston Medical Center. There have been a significant number of overdoses, cannabis overdoses, and we are supposed to be going out into the community, educating people about this. So we may not have the media budget, but there are ways that we can leverage our outreach people to maybe bring some of this to community centers and things like that. So this is where I think that really sort of understanding how we get our message out into the community, because it doesn't have to all be by television or radio. There's a lot of stuff that we could do either as commissioners or with the existing outreach staff that we have to
Yeah.
get that message across.
So I'll continue with this category.
Yeah, thank you, sorry.
And just to say, to talk to some of that underspending, some of that is due to overestimating, and some of it was due to overspending.
And if
Some-
I can, this is the conversation we said the other day. In your defense, in the defense of our CFO.
Yes.
The fact is, we're still a 5-year agency.
Absolutely.
Still trying to figure and assess how we do the job. So we appreciate all you've done.
Yeah.
With so much uncertainty. So thank you.
Appreciate it. And we have not, oh, go ahead. Sean.
Quickly interrupt that point, especially on consultants and contractors. I realize on the surface, it looks like we underspent based on planning. Some consultants and vendors that we have are in a holding pattern,
Right.
almost in perpetuity. If we need them, we will use them. And so, for instance, financial investigations. We're not going to just spend money on financial investigations unless we are investigating someone's finances and structure, et cetera. So we have these vendors, and I think to Alyssa's point, we've budgeted, and that's an estimate. And it's based on if we need, so there's a cap too, just to be clear. It's not like it's a runaway spend. But some of those consultants are just, they're available, pick up the phone when you need us, and then we get a bill. But if we don't need them, we don't get the bill, we don't have the spend. And where I think what we've tried to do, especially as we get closer to the fiscal end of the fiscal year, is say, we've got some wiggle room here. Can we pull some expenses forward? And I think IT is a really good example. The things that keep me up at night, and there's many, and now there's a new one. But the things that would keep me up at night are things like IT security, cybersecurity. And if we can pull a firewall forward, if we can pull updating our Wi-Fi routers forward, because those things reach an obsolete date as well. But just to be clear on the spend, especially with consultants, and also thinking through strategically, can we build it out internally so we don't need the consultant? How do we wean ourselves off a consultant? Or is the value having the consultant? Because I'll be honest, the financial investigation is a really good one. We have a team of forensic auditors that are investigators here at the agency, and they do amazing work, but we also want to make sure that they have support. And frankly, that we can bring some firepower to a conversation, knowing that a lot of our licensees, especially the really complex ones, they've got teams of accountants and consultants at their disposal. We'd like to meet them somewhere, but that's as is necessary. So just to reiterate that point, it's I'm not too upset about not spending on consultants and contract consultants.
Thank you. And Alyssa had explained that to me the other day.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that for everybody here.
Yeah, I would say just to echo or further foot stomp what Sean just said, in this category, especially because this is medical use, this is where we have some contingency funds. And if one of those contracts, for example, is the lab testing contract, we booked $150K against that. I'm glad we did not have to spend that money on having the commission having to pay for testing for some reason, because it probably would not be a good reason if the commission were doing its own testing of cannabis. So there is the contingency fund in here, and I characterize some of these things too as insurance. I would characterize that contract a little bit as insurance. Again, just further echoing what Sean said. And again, on the payroll, again, this is an area that we as a commission had targeted years ago to get better on. We're getting better. On information technology, we're pretty close. And again, I think there will be some more bills that come in. So when I see you for the end of year report, that number will likely look different. I would say in this section, again, because we're talking about the medical use of marijuana program, the largest portion of this category's budget is $850K for the badges for patients, caregivers, providers, and agents. So that is a large expenditure here. And then I also wanted to differentiate this category of IT from what you saw in the operational category of IT and just let you know where that expenditure is. If we can go to the next slide. Again, similar information presented now in percentages so you can see amount expended. I'm going to stop here. I think you asked all the questions you possibly could. But if there was that one more question about how we do such an awesome job, I'm happy to field that.
If I can, you have done an awesome job. And I'd like to point out that Adriana, who is getting this special award, has been on maternity leave, so you have borne the brunt of a lot of the extra work.
Good pun.
Thank you very much.
Good pun.
Yeah.
But no, I can't take that credit. I just get to be the pretty face today. The team behind the scenes
Pretty
doing,
face with the style and new.
that's it. They've done incredible work, and I really appreciate them, and I really appreciate the teamwork from the fiscal team, but also from all my colleagues, because we are tracking and accounting, but we're not always the end user. We're a customer service agency in this element. And so I appreciate that. And I appreciate Celia and Cedric and everybody else being able to talk to you in details on that.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thanks again. And thanks for your extra time. So. Okay, so we're through this.
Few more slides relative to hiring. Just to put a punctuation on the budget process, obviously thanks to Alyssa and her entire team. Closing out a fiscal year is never an easy task, especially when you're chasing down if you've got something in hand. And so just to unpack a little bit or really reveal or pull the curtain back, we can't incur the expense unless we have it in hand. So at times we've been, let's run and get that box of laptops, or we have to have it in hand in order for us to pay the invoice. And so chasing people down about reimbursements and other things, it's an effort for sure. And at any given time, we're typically living between 3 fiscal years. The current one, or the most recent one, the current one, and the next one. And so trying to juggle all of that. And I also, in fairness to commissioners too, trying to juggle the priorities. How do we make sure that we're able to support everybody as far as those intentions, those visions, those plans? And also bearing in mind that in order for us to get to actually paying for something, there's a ton of work that goes in ahead of that. Procurements, contracts, et cetera. So there's a lot of synergy and collaboration between a variety of departments just to be able to pay an invoice. And I guess welcome to bureaucracy to a degree, but at the same time, there's checks and balances everywhere. And obviously embedded in that is internal controls, et cetera, making sure that those risks in bureaucracy of waste, fraud, abuse are prevented. And as you know, we have a very low zero tolerance for anything of that nature. So again, just credit to them and thank you for all of your work, and thank you to our entire team across a span of agents or departments, excuse me, the entire agency for that effort. And to her point, we will soon be coming to you about fiscal 25 and making sure that your priorities are incorporated into that budget planning exercise as well. So just, I think 2 more slides here, and I appreciate your indulgence and patience. As I mentioned, I didn't have the opportunity to visit with you in June, and so I've more than made up for it now potentially. Thinking through here, number of positions we've onboarded since, and there's some multiples in here: lab and testing analysts, investigators, investigations and enforcement assistants or assistant, and then associate enforcement counsel have all joined us in the past several weeks and months. Associate enforcement counsel continuing to hire for that role: project manager, constituent service associate, paralegal, chief people officer, identifying final candidates as is necessary there, and hoping to onboard them in really short order. And then some postings and positions that are available. Continuing investigator, making sure that we continue to staff up there. Deputy general counsel, associate general counsel, as well as continuing again that associate enforcement counsel role. There's been some historic questions about lawyers and volumes of lawyers, but as you know, cannabis, especially in our world, is dense in legalese, and making sure that we continue to support both our legal department, building that out to ensure we can support the entire agency with pertaining to regulations, contracts, et cetera. And on the enforcement side, making sure that our regulations are interpreted soundly, accurately, consistently. The role of enforcement counsel is massive there. And then again, investigators, they're the ones that move your license from provisional to final. And the more we have, the more we can shrink that time window as far as getting folks to operations. And you're not waiting 3, 4, 5 weeks to get an inspection done, but also making sure we continue to stay on top of our compliance for those unannounced inspections, and following up on any complaints that may come in, any observations that may come in. If we could clone our team, we would, but that's really the shortcoming we have, is the volume and the bandwidth of our staff, who all of them, all I ask of our staff is the honest 37.5 hours a week. We are the beneficiary of far more than that. And you all know that, I know that, but I think it's important that we at least acknowledge that too. And let that be reiteration to our staff. All we ask is 37.5 hours, but we are grateful for anything you do give us. But again, I hate to ask anything more than that when we shouldn't. So we just need to build it out.
Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to piggyback on a initial statement that Commissioner Concepcion said. In light of Chapter 180, we are going to probably have to reassess some of our needs in some of these areas, especially, and Kyle did put me up to this, licensing team. And this is a behemoth undertaking now that these HCAs, will be under our jurisdiction, and we will be reviewing them for compliance. So I don't want to prioritize one department over another, but I really want to keep an eye on the needs of the licensing team in light of, this massive additional responsibility that they'll have.
Kyle, I'd like to see you in my office after this meeting. But you're right, and I think that's what I'll say. And just to reiterate, anticipating Chapter 180's implementation was a component of our 24 build, always with the reservation, though, that we will need to revisit that once the regulations are in fact promulgated, so that we have clarity on what to expect. And at the same time, it's going to therefore be part of our fiscal 25 build. But I also reserve the right, I guess, to come back to the commission and also to go back to the legislature and say we need a supplemental. And I think Alyssa referenced this as well. We have a history, and I think a degree of confidence at the legislative level that if we don't need it, we will not spend it, which means, though, if I come back the next fiscal year and say, there's a prior authorization continued practice, which is you can take this year's money and kick it into next year. And that's happened in several years for us. And again, it's grateful the legislature has given us that confidence, but I think we support that effort by our practice, which is if we don't need it, we don't spend it, and being responsible stewards of taxpayer money.
Great. Any Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, Sean, I know that you weren't here last month, and I know that the update's on here, but what do we have? What's the update on general counsel? I know the position closed, right? A week ago or maybe. And also, I know we're in the final stages of the CPO, but when do you forecast onboarding a CPO and a general counsel?
Both in short order. To your point, the position of general counsel is closed. So we'll be commencing interviews as soon as possible with that. And the role of chief people officer is in its final stages. And my hope is to onboard again as soon as possible. I don't want to get ahead of myself or any candidate, but that's an active discussion right now. So I would say obviously between now and the next meeting, maybe not Monday, but the next meeting, I'll have a probably more robust update on that. But both are priorities.
And I think just down, maybe the next few months, we all missed you last month for one day
Yeah.
that you weren't here, but I know that we talked about the,
Apologies, by the way.
no, it's okay. I know you were busy. But we talked about the deputy executive director role. We've been talking about it for a while. It was on the agenda. We had discussion. It's supposed to come back up. But I just want to put that out there because I think it's something we should look at again and possibly bring it up because we think about, again, you know, if you're not here, right, who do you appoint, who manages the agency, all that good stuff. So, and I'm always thinking about succession planning, right? So, and emergencies, people getting hit by buses. So, you know, I think sort of taking a look in the next few months and kind of bringing it back up, I think will be helpful. However, we put it on the agenda, whatever we need to do, whether we're going to keep it, scratch it, whatever it is. But I think the position is well needed at this agency, especially now. There's a lot of acting positions right now. Right, so we're in stages of hiring a lot of people, but also just to make sure that your role is also protected as an executive director and the support and help that you may need if you're not here.
Because if I get hit by a bus.
If you get hit by a bus, yeah.
I'll be sure to look both ways. But no, your point is well taken. I think
Gallery laughs.
we've prioritized especially vacancies. And I will say, again, CPO, general counsel, two good examples. And I think to Alyssa's point, they're trying to pace our hiring in a manageable way. The last thing I want to do is have a position out there that closes and they don't hear from us because we're occupied with any number of other priorities. So in that vein, again, we've prioritized especially those that are vacant. And also to your observation, if there's someone in an acting capacity wanting to ensure that they're not lingering in that role for any extended period and that they do have the true authority of that role, whatever it entails. Similarly, if someone is going to be stepping up and into a role, I do believe it's important that we acknowledge that step up and that expanded capacity and reward them with both the title and the commensurate pay.
Yeah.
So if someone is in an acting role, again, I think that's the right thing to do, but not have it linger for any extended period awkwardly.
Yeah.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I think that was a timely question. So I'm glad that you raised that. I wanted to ask you if that deputy executive director role was accounted for in the fiscal year 24 budget.
Yes. The answer is yes, as far as the money being there. I'm trying to think of the actual head count line item expense, but it would be accounted for in fiscal 24.
Okay.
When we rebuild, it would also, I would intend to incorporate into that as well.
And did you already have a time frame in mind about when we were going to have that conversation?
Which conversation?
I know it originally came up in the January meeting, I believe, about the deputy executive director role. So I'm just wondering if you had a time frame in mind about when we visit, have a conversation about it.
Like I said, if it's necessary to revisit, at this point, the position's been considered and approved by the commission. So I would therefore imagine, I view it from an authority standpoint, the ability to post and advertise and recruit. If there's a need to revisit, I would welcome that conversation, but I would want to coordinate it. At this point, I'm not aware of a reason to revisit it necessarily. But again, if that is a desire of the commission, I'd want to execute against that.
Misinterpret what I'm
Sure.
asking. It's more about the status. You know,
Yeah, so
you know.
that I think fits the sequence of, we had some vacancies arise that required, I think, I'm going to call it a deviation of attention, if nothing else. But my priority is to ensure we have those key positions that exist and have vacancies filled before we start creating new positions. So again, CPO, general counsel being some of them, but you also look at the other, and this is a source of pride. It's an awkward source of pride. And the only reason it's awkward is the me thinking about the agency's bandwidth. We've been the beneficiary in the past of internal promotions or folks even shifting departments in applying. So let's say a licensing specialist becoming an investigator. I think that's wonderful. What that does though, practically, and this is where it's awkward, it creates a vacancy in licensing, which I then want to fill. But I don't want that to sour or dampen the excitement of someone advancing their career. But I look at it practically and think, I now have to fill another, so it's sort of moving pieces. And so when those come up, we do post those vacancies and prioritize those hirings to make sure we are a full complement. Whereas the deputy D role would be a new creation. And so wanting to make sure we put a season to that where we can pace it accordingly.
Right.
So, but I don't think there's any need to, at least in my opinion, to revisit it from the commission's approved the role. It's a matter of just prioritizing the hiring.
That's helpful. I think I was asking about the status. I won't go into too much detail about what's happening here, but you know, the timeliness of it.
Sure.
Making sure that, you know, there's someone there to kind of facilitate.
The only
carry on.
point that I would make is that there is a little bit of murkiness between some of the responsibilities of our COO and the acting executive director. So I actually think that we need to perhaps provide some clarity around that job description.
So was the position approved?
Yes.
What was,
Yeah.
so it was approved?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So I think we'd like to understand that.
It was approved, but I believe that was your point, and I think we were waiting for sort of a report back. So I think this is a good moment. So it's approved.
So the description was approved, but we're up to now.
The role was
role was
approved, but I would actually like some additional clarity. And frankly, one of the things that I would like us to take a look at as we're sort of going into the next budget is an organizational assessment, because we're going to have to look to see, do we have the right positions doing the job? Do we need to be, as you were making the pitch for licensing, but do we have the right structure of people doing the jobs that help us meet our mission? I actually think that after 5 years, this is something that we should be doing an analysis of.
Mhm.
So again, it's nothing that I want to,
Sure.
put out there today, but I think
I
that.
also think it's a delicate balance
Mhm.
in terms of our role as policymakers in the administrative function of the commission as
Mhm.
well. So at some point, we have to also strike that balance as well.
But when we're looking at the budget, and this is where I sometimes question whether or not we're having the right impact. I think that 5 years in, how are we serving equity? If we haven't helped enough persons get into the cannabis business, which a lot of people, we referenced Representative Holmes, and I've gotten that feedback, strongly from him and other legislators. Are we doing that? So that's where I think that, one, it's policy, but I do think that this is where we, just like the Gaming Commission, that we have an opportunity to talk about the organization and how the organization functions. And 5 years in, we've gone at light speed, put this thing together. It's been like doing surgery when the patient is awake. 5 years in, do we have the headlight, in the right place? Is the taillight over here? It's moving forward, but is it helping us accomplish our mission? So that's, something that I think is actually appropriate 5 years in. And I do think that it is part of that conversation, but being mindful of, some of Sean's sort of personal, issues in terms of, having a new child and things like that.
Oh, personal issues.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I think that, no, but I'm
No
just saying, I think
responsibilities.
that this came to the forefront, not personal, but because the fact that you had a new child, and you were out for a couple of weeks and, and people figuring out what that line of succession is and what that, who is doing the job when you're not here, I think that, or if you do get hit by that bus, but I don't want to do that.
That would be a personal issue.
Yes, that would be great. Commissioner Stout.
Yeah, just a quick point, and appreciate all the conversation. Just with respect to the deputy executive director, I for one, I'll admit, I wasn't under the impression, at least for me, that we had approved the position, because I had a number of questions about it that I would like to revisit the conversation, because to me, I didn't get the answers I was looking for, or didn't, but I would just like us to put it on the table to bring it up again if that's.
Right, we'll get that on an agenda.
Sean wanted to say something.
Oh,
Yeah,
go ahead, Sean. Go ahead, sorry.
The commission voted yes to create the position. So I guess I'm just confused as to how the position could not have been approved when there was a vote and it was 5-0. So I'm happy to revisit it by all means, but
I think Sean, and we all know, so I think that we did vote on it. Folks did have questions and clarity that still needed to sort of happen. And I think because it's been sitting on the back burner and we know that it's a timely position at some point for the commission, I think my recommendation is that maybe you kind of go back, look at our notes, see what the clarity was, the question was, and then bring it back to us, whether re-edit it, whatever, exactly whatever, not re-edit it, I'm sorry, that's the wrong phrase. Whatever it was that we were asking back then, I think just look and bring it back up and I think allow all of us to be comfortable, because I think the reality is that we voted on it, but there was still some folks, or not folks, but I think there was still some, how do I say this? There's some stuff that wasn't clear. And I think to the chair's point, the COO position and this position, we want to make sure that it's very clear who's doing what, but also even from you. And you and I have had this conversation and sort of like letting go of, some of the responsibility to this position, because we need it, right? We need you in a policy also making, role at this commission. So that would be my recommendation. We did vote on it, but I think that you taking some time to revisit in the next month or so, I think could be helpful.
Commissioner Roy?
And I just want to echo Commissioner Camargo. You're right, we did vote on it, but this is the first time this group has voted on like created a C-suite, position. So we want to make sure we just get it right. And some of us do. I had questions about the process and posting and whatnot. So I think, this is a C-suite. This is the first one we've approved and created. And I just think it's worth a revisit. That's all.
I think that's totally fair. I guess there's a lesson to be learned here, though, to be honest, which is I need to be able to rely on commission votes. So if the commission votes on something, that's a task for me. That's a job for me. And so I will therefore come back to the commission. I will revisit that description based on this conversation.
Yeah.
But the lesson to be learned here is if there's a commission vote, that's a directive for me. And I want to just, commission votes mean something.
Yeah.
And
you have, and Sean, it's a good point, right? Because, how do you say this without saying too much, right? But this is real, and this is your power and authority as the executive director. We voted on this, you execute on it. Right. So really, 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 you could have been posted that position, whether a month ago, 2 months ago, or if you've been holding on, you could do it 5 months from now. This is your power and your authority. I think Commissioner Roy, you asked an important question. Is this going to be posted internally or externally? And I think that was sort of up to you, Sean. You have those powers and those authority, but you're right. We need to be careful because we did vote on it and it really sort of sits on your desk. So I think, this is when you're ready. And I know there's been a lot to deal with, but I think it's a timely issue, one, because the budget, but also it's about to be the end of the year. And we've been talking about this role for about a year,
But I also will mention, again, as the Gaming Commission, did not that long ago, we delegate power, we can undelegate power, and we retain that power to do that as a commission. So just go ahead.
Yeah, no, and please, I might be remiss, I might be mistaken or have forgotten the vote that we took, and again, understanding that we had this conversation way back in January. So certainly I have some homework to do on my own part, but again, I felt in that conversation to raise some questions for you that I didn't feel maybe comfortable with the answer you provided at that time, but certainly, again, happy to have a conversation about it with you. So.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
That's it for me.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So now moving on towards the licensing. What?
I'm kidding. I said lunch. I'm kidding. No.
How about we go through the staff recommendation on the changes of ownership, and then after that we will break for lunch. Does that make sense for everybody? Does that sound good? Okay. Annie, there she is.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Thank you.
So there are 6 change of ownerships being presented to the Commission today. The first one being Cosmopolitan Dispensary Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request. And if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this particular recommendation? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Camargo, will you move that we accept the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Cosmopolitan Dispensary?
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Roy?
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion? Aye. Commissioner Roy? Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed, for Cosmopolitan Dispensary change of ownership. Next, Green World LLC.
The licensee here is Green World LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add one entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this recommendation? Hearing none. Commissioner Roy, will you move in favor of this recommendation?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion? Aye. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Greenbridge Technologies.
The licensee here is Greenbridge Technologies LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over two adult use licenses and are requesting to add 3 individuals and 3 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions on this recommendation? Hearing none. Commissioner Stebbins, will you move to approve that staff recommendation?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that? Second. Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion? Aye. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving on to Greener Leaf.
The licensee here is Greener Leaf Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add 1 individual. Additional information is contained within the executive summary and therefore is being presented to the commission for its review and consideration.
Are there any questions or comments? Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Annie. Looking at the report, what I was wondering is, and invite the executive director to offer his thoughts. I would like to suggest 2 additional conditions to this change of ownership. And one would be that a copy of any executed lease is provided to the commission, as well as documentation that verifies the, I guess, change in ownership of the financial account.
Okay, is that, I'm trying to think, is that appropriate? We can add that now to it. Yeah, Kyle, could you actually chime in here for me about that condition?
Kyle's recused as well. Oh, that's right. Rebecca.
Oh, Rebecca, sorry, Rebecca Lopez.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Hi, Rebecca.
Good morning or afternoon, sorry. Good afternoon, commissioners. Good to see you. So I think the question you're asking is whether or not you have the authority to set a condition on the change of ownership.
Yes, I just want to know if those additional, they seem appropriate to me, but I just wanted to get your take on adding those additional conditions.
So, I mean, ultimately I'll defer to the legal department because they would normally advise on the authority to set conditions, but I will say that from an enforcement perspective, those conditions seem reasonable.
Okay, all right. Thank you. And with that additional condition, Commissioner Stebbins, would you move to accept the staff recommendation on this change of ownership for Greener Leaf?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that? Second. Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Oh, just clarification.
I beg your
No, it's okay. Clarification. So Rebecca Lopez, you said you defer to the legal team. Does that mean that you're referring, or are we good? Or should we talk to the legal team who's here in person?
I can answer any questions you have, Commissioner.
Andrew nodded yes, so I felt comfortable, but Andrew.
Rebecca, I just wanted to make sure because
Sure.
I want to, okay.
Go ahead. We have time for.
Mr. Carter,
Attorney Carter.
Attorney Carter.
Well,
That's Andrew.
I have a question for the chair. Was your question whether or not you could put conditions on change of ownership?
Yes,
Because
I
I've
just-
done that many times
I
in the
just want to
past.
make sure that that's a,
Okay.
I think the question was the executed of the actual,
It is a condition of the change of ownership is that when there is an executed lease that we get our CCC gets a copy of that as well as documentation that shows there was an appropriate transfer of the management of the financial account.
Yeah, absolutely. The commission has the authority to set reasonable conditions, and the conditions that you have set appear to me to directly relate to the change of ownership. So it would appear to me to be within the proper purview of the commission.
thank you. Commissioner Ray, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just thought your question was whether or not we can even place conditions on change
No, I
of
think we can,
ownership.
but I
We
just
can,
wanted-
yeah,
But I just
yeah,
wanted to make
yeah,
sure.
that these were appropriate.
Yeah, because I honestly, no, but I'd never heard anything like this. I
Yeah,
just wanted to make
right.
sure.
Thank
So,
you.
thank you.
Madam Chair, I can take my vote now if you want.
Okay,
Right,
please,
wait a
Commissioner
minute.
Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner.
Rebecca's got her hand up.
Oh,
Oh.
sorry.
Sorry, apologies. I don't think there's a way for me to raise my hand. So I just wanted to make sure that I clarified for the record because this slide is presenting staff recommendations on changes of ownership. But as indicated in the COO report, we do want to make clear that in this particular case, the enforcement department has not taken a position on the underlying question of whether the change of ownership should be approved or denied. So I wanted to be clear that in this instance, the investigations and enforcement department is not taking a position and not making a recommendation on this particular change of ownership application. So clarifying that for the record so that all the commissioners are aware.
And that's duly noted in the
Yeah.
report.
Okay. Okay. All right, so,
I think we're good.
all right, so I've begun the.
Yes,
the
I can
vote.
take my vote.
You, okay,
Aye.
okay, Commissioner Concepcion. Aye. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Thank you. Moving on to High Corp LLC.
The licensee here is High Corp LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add one entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this recommendation? Hearing none, I will ask for a motion. Commissioner Camargo, will you move in favor of this recommendation, accepting this recommendation?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion. Aye. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed for High Corp. And finally, Tyka Green.
The licensee here is Tyka Green LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 3 adult use licenses and are requesting to add 3 individuals and 3 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this recommendation? Hearing none, I will ask Commissioner Roy, will you move in favor of this approving this recommendation?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion. Aye. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Okay, it is 1 o'clock, so I think it is appropriate to take, let me say, 25 minutes, half an hour, 30, half
Till
an hour.
1:30.
You guys are ready now.
Huh? What would you like to do? I will take a consensus.
I said our food's not coming for 30 more minutes.
Oh, all right, well then let's plow through.
Let's do provisionals then.
Let's plow through, so, yes. And then we can do it, that's fine. Perfect. All right, Annie, you're back on, and she was looking particularly hungry, so we'll get through this, Annie, okay? All right.
Got my reserve snacks.
Thanks, Annie.
Annie, are you okay? You ever said that?
Annie, are you okay? Right.
I love it.
Cannabis, I'll sing it next time. Cannabis Connection.
The applicant here is the Cannabis Connection 2 Incorporated. This is a general applicant seeking a retail license with a proposed location of 1102 Riverdale Street, Unit 2, West Springfield. They are seeking additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Stebbins and Roy both have conditions. Commissioner Roy?
We have commission conditions.
I know. Can you enunciate your conditions?
Yes, for Cannabis Connection 2 Inc., prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146G. Please include information for substance use disorder treatment programs and the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure, thank you, Chair. Prior to final application for licensure, consider review and update diversity hiring goals and diversity plan based on statistics of host community and region, and not only based on overall state statistics in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1C8K, and provide any update to the CCC licensing division.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this provisional license? Hearing none, I will ask for a motion to approve the recommendation on provisional license Cannabis Connection 2, MRN 284816, subject to the conditions presented by Commissioners Stebbins and Roy. Do I hear a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Do I hear a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Moved and seconded. We'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion? Aye. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed for Cannabis Connection. And Andy, this is where I sometimes get confused. We have Canna Farm LLC with both cultivation as well as product manufacturing. Do you want to do these together or should we do these separately?
This will be one presentation.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, go ahead, thank you.
The applicant here is Canna Farm LLC. This is a general applicant seeking a co-located Tier 5 indoor cultivation and product manufacturing license with a proposed location of 1 Turner Street, 2nd floor, Attleboro. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Roy, you have a condition for the cultivation license.
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples in accordance with 935 CMR 500-12012 and 935 CMR 500-12014.
Thank you. Any questions or comments,
I have a comment.
please?
Commissioner Roy, I'm pretty sure you'll like this one. Their positive impact plan is specifically around training folks on metrics and SOPs, other folks in the industry. So folks know that it needs to happen. Yeah, so.
Thank you. Since you really like this, if you, Commissioner Camargo, would like to, subject to those conditions, move to accept the recommendation on the provisional license for Canna Farm number MCN 283798 cultivation.
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion. Aye. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Commissioner Roy, you also have a condition for the Canna Farm product manufacturing.
I do. Prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and 935 CMR 500-139. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you move to approve the recommendation of the provisional license subject to the conditions that you have articulated for Canna Farm LLC MPN 282249?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion. Aye. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed to Canna Farm provisional. Moving on to CTDW.
The applicant here is CTDW Beverly LLC, doing business as Seagrass. This is a general applicant seeking a retail license with a proposed location of 73 Cabot Street in Beverly. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions and comments about this recommendation, Commissioner Camargo?
Comments, thank you. I just want to put it out there that their diversity plan has a focus on training with anti-racism and unconscious bias. I think that is so key, and especially in today's world. So I just appreciate them for that. Also, in their positive impact plan, their donation is going to ROCA in Chelsea. I think ROCA's been around probably now 25, 30 years. And it is one of the organizations in Massachusetts. I know they're in Springfield, they're in Chelsea, they're in Boston, but that has worked with a very high impact population. So it's good to see. And just a reminder to licensees when you're making donations and getting into partnerships that they're real and not just a letter, not just a, oh, I got a letter from an organization, I'm going to make a donation, but this stuff is very impactful, but also the partnership is needs to be real. So I just wanted to add those comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just a note on this applicant, one of the principals is somebody who I worked with in my previous position, Chip Tuttle, when he was directing Suffolk Race Course. So more of a disclosure than anything else, but a regulated environment I worked with him in before.
So I probably need to state that they're relatively newly appointed executive director at ROCA is my former campaign manager, but that's,
Okay.
I won't disclose that, but I think that we're okay.
I have an additional comment.
Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to comment on, I'm glad Commissioner Camargo highlighted this and highlighted the connection between licensees, prospective licensees and their impact plans. But I just wanted to note before I forget to mention this publicly, I think we need to do an assessment of the impact of our positive impact plans. I know Julie Johnson and the research team has done this, I believe in 2019.
Yeah, it was a lot of
So I just reviewed it, but I think it might be time to revisit that and kind of do an analysis to figure out if we are actually doing what we are trying to do at the Cannabis Control Commission. So
Because I think that, I mean, a number of us have gotten letters from, and Commissioner Camargo, you referenced that. We provide, we approve provisional licenses based on the positive impact plan. And sometimes this includes a donation to a nonprofit in at least 3 occasions that I've seen in the past 10 months where those donations never materialize, severely jeopardizing some of the financial stability of some of these nonprofits. And it's, while we can't enforce that agreement between a nonprofit and a donor, we certainly, when they are deficient, because they promised us they're going to do something and then they don't do it. I do think that it's important, again, because I don't like creativity, to sort of look at, not only the positive impact plans and how they are, implemented, but maybe also thinking, in light of the new fund, how can we provide additional guidance for licensees to have the impact, in those communities and on those communities? So I think that that's a good point. Commissioner Stepp?
Yeah, I would, you both raise a great point. I think it's time for us to measure that, as I've been looking at renewals. I know Commissioner Camargo is looking at renewals. You find changes in impact plans based on, my original thought was to give money to this entity. They're not maybe producing what we had hoped, or the entity actually goes away. So they're trying to switch up their plans 2 or 3 years into operation perhaps. So I think looking at what the impact could be, I think we should be looking at updating our guidance, especially, I think early on, there were people saying, I want to contribute to the fund. The fund did not exist. And we hope it will, hopefully in the coming months, that update our guidance to show that's an allowable, an allowable positive impact plan kind of strategy. So I think looking at the overall guidance,
But also
going
making
back
sure,
to what are we doing?
but also making sure that on their face they make sense. Because I've seen it, and I've raised this with a couple of folks before, one, I'm not going to say the licensee, but on paper, look like their positive impact plan, they're going to hire from Holyoke, they're going to hire from Springfield. But if you're from Western Mass, people aren't going to drive an hour from those communities to go work there. So understanding not only what are they putting on paper, but does it really work? And you know, that I think is part of the analysis that we do, which is what do we expect them to do? How are we going to hold them accountable for it? So I appreciate you raising that.
But to add to that, Chair, you know, to your point, I don't suggest anybody's doing anything wrong.
No,
If they're
no,
making a change to their plan, right? It's they get their bit, you know, get their place open, doors are open, they're hiring. I think we had a renewal this month that was like, I really wanted to make the effort to hire from Pittsfield, but I just wasn't doing it.
Yeah.
So I want to revisit it. I want to find maybe another entity that they can support. So this is good that they're seeing it and not just kind of blanketing us with.
It's part of, I think, the broader discussion we have to have about disproportionately impacted areas, the geographies, because some licensees want to abide by it, but geographically they can't. And I think that you had raised, Commissioner Roy, an issue of, was it New York? About the opportunities for employment that they actually create.
Oh, I think it was California where there's a job portal, like a Cannabis Indeed, if you will, that helps people, like, as we have some, unfortunately, companies unwind, look at True Leave and how many are going to be unemployed, right? And so California has a place where people who are trained in the cannabis space can go to this job board, and we're just kind of, you know, pairing employment opportunities with employees, and you know, other jurisdictions have done it. Maybe, I think we were looking into it. I just don't know where it went.
Yeah, but again, I think that there are ways that we can, you know, on paper, something looks good, but how it actually impacts and functions, I think that, you know, and people are doing this because they want to meet our requirements, but whether or not it actually makes sense is.
And if I,
I'm sorry, I always say keep it simple.
I know.
The licensees, keep it simple.
yeah, it's so true. And I just want to piggyback on Commissioner Stebbins. A couple of things raced through my mind is we have these Cannabis Champion Awards that we've never handed out. And you know, I know you've brought it up many times in the past, and I think maybe we really, after regs, we can focus some energy on how do we spotlight best practices and how do we, you know, I mean, give out these awards that we have in our regulations. They're there and we haven't done anything with them. So that's something I would like to revisit. And then along the,
Sorry to interrupt you, just on that point,
Yeah.
maybe next month, and Sean, not to put you or the team on the spot right now, but there's been work behind the scenes because I asked about it 2 months ago.
Oh.
So there is.
we have an
work.
update maybe?
Yeah, so maybe in a couple of months you can give us an update, but there is work
Oh, good.
happening
Okay.
on that, yeah.
And then the Social Equity Fund, and Commissioner Stebbins said we need to update our guidance because that does count, right? If they donate towards the Social Equity Fund, that does count, satisfy a component of the positive impact plan. Another thing, and I've met with different companies, and rounding up is a nice way, and it's available through point of sale that exists in Massachusetts that most of our retailers have, that they are already doing it for some number, but they can round up and give to the Social Equity Fund by simply rounding up at there. So that's already existing, that they can do this if they so wanted to, if they were inclined to give towards the Social Equity Fund.
I had just one comment, and we can continue because I know we're going.
I know. I know, we're getting the
Lunch
weeds.
isn't here more, so we're.
Okay.
We're getting the weeds on weeds.
But I want to get this out there because there's an element that we are missing when we talk about positive impact plans, and that is understanding what these communities actually need and talking and having those conversations with the actual stakeholders. So I will say this now, I've been mulling it around in my head, and I don't really need to add any more things to my plate right now. But after we're done with our the mandate, after we're done with the regs, I would like to focus on engaging the DIAs that we've already identified and understanding do they understand what the positive impact plans are, what those resources are that are available to them, and what the impact has been or should be. Because I feel like Commissioner Stebbins, you've highlighted this in the past too, about how we communicate with these communities, and do they understand what it means to be listed as a DIA? And we have not had that engagement. We talk a lot to licensees, but
Yeah.
we don't really talk directly to the stakeholders involved at the community level.
No, I think it's a good, I'm sure there are some DI communities that don't know that a licensee strategy is including them or involving
That's
them. It
right.
might just be, I'm going to hire from that community,
That's
but
right.
city or town hall doesn't know and doesn't
That's right.
understand that advantage.
And then the other note that I will say, and this is my final comment, is when we talk about positive impact plans, it's more than hiring. So to say that a licensee cannot satisfy a positive impact plan because of hiring, that's not sufficient. I just feel like there are things beyond that, and they need to think a little bit harder beyond that if they cannot satisfy it through their hiring practices. And that's the last comment I'll say.
Thank
I-
you. Oh, sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
going to add one more note.
That's okay.
And again, this brings me back to the reason I may be looking at reviewing the impact guidance, because when we updated the diversity guidance, we actually saw licensees kind of 3 or 4 months later after we approved it. At the provisional license phase, they started building in those components that we suggested. So all to the argument of it's timely to look at the guidance for PIPs.
Thank you. Okay,
CTW.
yeah, no, but Annie already, you already told us. Annie, you've already walked us through CTW. Yes, okay,
Thank you,
okay.
I did.
And Commissioner Roy has a condition.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you. And subject to that condition, I will entertain a motion, Commissioner Stebbins, to approve CTDW Beverly LLC MRN 284801. You make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo. Aye. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. And moving on to Eagles Landed.
The applicant here is Eagles Landed LLC. This is a general applicant seeking a product manufacturing license with a proposed location of 121 1/2 Wells Street in Greenfield. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Stebbins has a condition.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. The condition proposed is prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division and provide an update to clarify differences between your hiring goals and recruitment goals under the licensee's diversity plan in accordance with 935 CMR 500-101-1C8K. Again, this is just reading through the plan. It was very thorough, very thoughtful, but just trying to clarify some differences between those two categories.
Thank you. Subject to that amendment, Commissioner Concepcion, if you would make a motion to approve the provisional license for Eagles Landed, number MPN 282259.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. New England Craft Cultivators.
The applicant here is New England Craft Cultivators LLC, doing business as Treehouse Craft Cannabis. This is a general applicant seeking a retail license with a proposed location of 1 Forge Village Road in Groton. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, you have a condition?
I do. For New England Craft Cultivators LLC, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146G, please include information for substance use disorder treatment programs and the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Subject to your condition, would you move to approve the provisional license application for New England Craft Cultivators, number MRN 284689?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
I will second it. Can I?
Oh, I beg your
Just a
pardon. I'm sorry.
quick point. No, interesting licensee. This is someone who is also going through the SDO process of getting certified as a LGBTQ+. We talked about those designations. Again, another reminder why we should update our regs to include SDO certified, whoever they certified in kind of the priority category, because this licensee would have been eligible for that priority review. But that note said, happy to second the motion.
Thank you. Having been moved and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion. Aye. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving on to Southwick Greenhouses.
The applicant here is Southwick Greenhouses Incorporated. This is a general applicant seeking a Tier 3 indoor cultivation license with a proposed location of 27 Hudson Drive in Southwick. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, you have a condition?
Southwick Greenhouses, Inc. Prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples in accordance with 935 CMR 500-12012 and 935 CMR 500-12014.
Thank you. Subject to that condition, Commissioner Stebbins, will you move to approve Southwick Greenhouses number MCN 283815?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. XH Management.
The applicant here is XH Management Incorporated. This is a general applicant seeking a co-located Tier 6 indoor cultivation and a product manufacturing license with a proposed location of Lot 17 and Lot 3A Research Drive in Leominster. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, you have a condition?
Would you like me to read, are we approving them both?
Oh,
Because they're
yes, and I-
co-located,
got
so
my-
I
yes,
I can read them
right.
both. Is that okay?
Do the cultivation one first.
Sure. Prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples in accordance with 935 CMR 500-12012 and 935 CMR 500-12014. Would you like me to read the other one? We're going to vote on separate.
I'll vote on them separately.
Okay.
So, any questions or comments? Hearing none. Commissioner Camargo, subject to that added condition, will you please move in favor of XH Management number MCN 282143?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. And now you have, Commissioner Roy has a condition for the product manufacturing side of the business.
I do for XH Management, Inc., product manufacturing. Prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and 935 CMR 500-130G. Thank you.
Thank you. And subject to the condition, Commissioner Roy, will you move to accept the staff recommendation on this license, XH Management, number MPN 281670?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion. Aye. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. And finally, Green Meadows Farm.
The applicant here is Green Meadows Farm LLC. This is a vertically integrated medical marijuana treatment center with a proposed location of 64 Mill Street, Southbridge for their cultivation and product manufacturing operations, and an address of 50 Wayland Street, Fitchburg for their dispensing operations. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Stebbins, you have a condition?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. The condition is prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division and provide an update to identify any goals for utilizing LGBTQ+ business enterprises under licensee's diversity plan in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C8K.
Thank you. And subject to your condition, would you move in favor of this application?
So moved.
Okay, and do I have a second? Commissioner Concepcion for Green Meadows Farm LLC, RMDA 3633. Do I have a second? Second. Having been moved and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion. Aye. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. And we will take a break for lunch now, okay? So it is approximately 1:30, should be, well, why don't we do a 5 minutes of, 1:55. I'm back at 1:55. Is that enough time for everybody to grab their lunch? Okay. That should be just about a half an hour. I will entertain a motion to
Recess.
until 1:55. Commissioner Camargo, will you
Aye.
make that motion? Commissioner,
So moved, yeah.
Roy, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, if there are no questions and comments, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy. Yes.
Oh, aye, sorry. I'm already at lunch. Sorry.
We're out to lunch.
Out to lunch.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye.
I thought,
so
I
she
voted
can
in
go
my
out to
head.
lunch,
I
yeah.
voted in my
In
head.
my head, I did it, yeah. 5 in favor, none opposed. In my head, I told you. That's good. In my head, I did it. Thank you, lips. Okay. All right, so now we are on staff recommendations on denial of provisional licenses. So Annie, if you would like to give us the high point here, and just give the report to the commissioners.
The applicant here is Evoke Incorporated, doing business as Injaga, and they are seeking a marijuana retail license. Information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have provided the following information contained within the background check review section of the summary. Potential suitability issues were initially identified for certain individuals or entities in the application. Based on an adverse suitability recommendation, the applicant requested and received an informal hearing before the Suitability Review Committee on November 22nd, 2022. The committee stated that commission staff met its burden in demonstrating the suitability determination. In turn, based on this determination, the executive director determined the applicant unsuitable for licensure. The applicant received notice of this decision on March 30th, 2023. Therefore, commission staff recommend denial of the provisional license as the applicant has been determined to be unsuitable for licensure pursuant to one or more of the factors listed in 935 CMR 500-800 and 935 CMR 500-801.
Thank you. Mr. Director, would you like to make some initial comments?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Annie. On this matter, obviously, there's a recommendation before you, but I think it's important first to understand and maybe reveal or kind of peel the curtain back a little bit on suitability, just because there's a number of ways that we can arrive at a determination, but also a number of ways that we engage with applicants and licensees throughout a suitability review or evaluation. And I think first and foremost, identifying that by law, by statute, this is intended to be an inclusive industry. One which incorporates, again, through licensure as well as agent registration, and one, I should say, which understands and accepts that past issues may not be determinant on future opportunities, et cetera, especially in our context where the war on drugs had a real legitimate impact on people, communities, et cetera. That said, there's a number of factors in our regulations outline them as to what the commission in this agency may deem to be either behavior or history or activity that would deem somebody, and again, to be clear, suitability runs to both individuals and to entities. And so a review of our tables, I think, is important, but also I think a snapshot and appreciation for the context of our tables is important. Criminal history is not the only basis by which someone may or may not be suitable. And it also includes things like past business practices. It includes things like untruthful statements and misrepresentations. And then there's a kind of a catch-all as far as how does it reflect ultimately on your ability, again, as an entity or an individual to conduct a marijuana establishment business. And there's a lot that goes into our process. So I think just importantly for both you as well as for the public, we are unique as a licensing agency in a lot of the process we've put in place. And again, I want to compliment the commission, especially it's embedded in regulation intentionally, which is, and so I think just how do we arrive at a suitability determination period generically? And so just to be clear, this is not in reference to the specific application, but this application would go through a similar process as I'm about to outline, which is the work of our licensing team first and foremost. We require disclosures be made upon application. So our application process includes an application of intent, yes, but it also includes a background check. And that background checking starts first with disclosures, but then permission and authorization to conduct a background check. And that's, again, on individuals and entities. That background check includes a criminal history search, yes. It includes a safest fingerprint search, yes. But it also includes a search of business records, business licenses, and things like that. But we also test that against disclosures that were not made upon that application. If there is something that so-called pops on a background check or something that is discovered on a background check, our licensing staff makes a referral to our enforcement counsel staff. Our enforcement counsel staff conducts an analysis. That analysis includes how does this discovery, disclosure, or identification match against the various suitability tables. Importantly, there are a number of suitability tables included in our regulations because there are different standards for license types, as well as, again, the role someone may play in the industry, including agent registration. And importantly, Chapter 180 makes significant changes to the agent registration process. We'll talk more about that in due course. But the other aspects of evaluation, sometimes there might be a criminal history that may have occurred in another jurisdiction. And importantly, we have to reconcile that against Massachusetts law. So what may be a felony somewhere else may not be a felony in Massachusetts. And so we want to make sure we're applying the right letter of the law to any history. And so that does take time. It also may require us to actually dig into, for instance, other jurisdictions' records. And so that's not always easy to ascertain. It was a particular challenge, especially during COVID, where courthouses and other jurisdictions were closed or had different hours and things of that nature. And always bearing in mind, too, we're working against different time zones sometimes. So our 9 o'clock is not the 9 o'clock for California. So those are things that we have to work through and reconcile. And our team does a good job of trying to run that analysis, a very thoughtful job of running that analysis. If there is something, and I want to make sure this point is clear, that triggers the suitability tables, the suitability table includes really two different standards. One is a mandatory disqualification. A mandatory disqualification means that individual, that entity is out, so to speak. A presumptive negative, though, may be overcome. And how does someone go about overcoming that? This is where I think this is what makes this agency unique. At an application phase, there is no property right that has attached to that. You are not entitled, and please, when I say this word, it's a very legal, you're not entitled to elements of due process, meaning afforded a hearing necessarily. And that's a very typical licensing agency dynamic. This agency is different. You may elect to appear before what is a suitability review committee. We think it's important culturally, philosophically, that there be an opportunity to at least speak with somebody. And especially in the context of a presumptive negative suitability determination or recommendation, it's important that we gather facts. It's important that we gather context because that can be overcome. And so, for instance, if the crime, let's say there was a crime in play, if it occurred 20 years ago, that's important context. What is considered a violent crime? Knife, firearm, things of that nature. There are factors that need to be weighed and considered. And also, what is either the individual or the entity, how have they conducted themselves since? And so putting in place that context around both the individual and the entity is important. But I think it's also important from a customer service, but again, speaking to our statute and our charge, our mission, it's important that we balance all of that with what are we doing here as an agency? Does this reflect our need and statutory charge to be an inclusive industry? Are we living up to that expectation, that value? So the Suitability Review Committee is unique to our agency and is something we're obviously very proud of. I can also assure you it's not something we use often. And that I think speaks to our process. And when I say it's something we've used often because we don't often find ourselves deeming someone to be unsuitable. Even though we do conduct those reviews on every application. There have been thousands of people that have come through our doors that have not met a suitability review committee. And I think that's a good thing, ultimately. In the agent context, we've learned, obviously, over the course of time that there might be the risk of self-exclusion. Folks feel like I may not be suitable, so I therefore won't apply at all. And I think there's work we can do to try to demystify that as well. But again, that's not, I don't want to merge those two issues in this context. We're speaking about ownership and licensure, especially. The Suitability Review Committee is still an adversarial process. Our enforcement team will present what they know, and there's no hiding the ball by any means. We disclose everything. This is what we know, this is what we have, this is what we can prove, we think. But it also gives the applicant and the entity the opportunity to supplement that information if they have information that is of pertinent note or interest. It also gives them the opportunity to present their case to someone that at this agency that is unaffiliated with our licensing team or enforcement team. It's members like constituent services, it's members like equity programming, it's members like our CFO. So they're analytical, they're thoughtful, but they're not part of our licensing and enforcement team. Importantly, they're divorced from that exercise. The Suitability Review Committee process is led by our legal team as far as the process itself, because our enforcement team is conflicted. They've made the determination. So again, when I say adversarial, I don't mean for that to imply we're actively trying to exclude people. Instead, it's we've made a determination, therefore we're in it, so to speak. And so we do present a case in that instance. The Suitability Review Committee hears that information, hears that evidence. You can appear, just to be clear about this too, you don't need an attorney necessarily. You can appear pro se and present your information. Again, it's really that opportunity to be heard. Oftentimes folks may choose to have an attorney. That's certainly their prerogative. I'm not going to discourage that by any means, but you're not obligated to. It's not a formal hearing in the sense of 30A, Chapter 30A. It's not governed by those rules or anything of that nature because it's not a formal agency hearing. It's prior to any due process rights attaching to a license because the license has not been issued at that point. Suitability Review Committee will sit, they'll hear that testimony, they'll hear that feedback. They will then make what I would describe as a decision. They're ultimately making a recommendation to me as the executive director. And ultimately they're hearing, at that point, I would have already made a recommendation. It would be that there is an adverse finding. But the Suitability Review Committee serves me in the exercise of reviewing that decision. And so it's really the first layer of review. I then get their feedback. I can accept it, I can override it, but ultimately you get it as you are the final determinant of suitability. I think it's important that we unpack that for your purposes, but again, for the public's purpose, because often we think of suitability as being connected or tied exclusively to criminal history. It is not necessarily. Certainly that is a factor, but it's not the only one that can be considered. So it is things like open and unresolved criminal proceedings, sure. That previous criminal history. There's some of our tables have a time period, the previous 5 years, the previous 10 years. But it also includes things like submitting untruthful information to us, or again, that past business practice would lead us to believe that you would not be in a position to effectively and competently or compliantly run a marijuana establishment. So we then are basically allowed to or able to take things in their totality and make that determination. But to be clear, what you have before you today is a recommendation. It's a recommendation that is supported, we believe, by the facts of this particular instance. But I just wanted to try to leave you with some perspective on our suitability process, because I think it's a strange thing to be proud of, which is, in this instance, there is a recommendation to deny a license. That's not something, obviously, that anyone here takes lightly, or no one here is smiling about that. At the same time, we do think that in this instance, especially in other instances, the process played out, and it played out with the opportunity for any applicant to be heard. There's also circumstances that during the suitability review process, things can be cured. For instance, the individual that might be subject to the suitability review, the application can change. And that's why I'm saying that
a person can leave.
a person can be removed from an application, and that's, just to be clear on that too, that's not something that is casually done, especially if someone is an owner, a proposed owner of a business. There's things like articles of incorporation, there's finance agreements, all that stuff needs to be unwound. It's not just a paperwork process. They're not removed in name only. They need to be substantively removed. But I think it's important that we as an agency confront applicants when we do discover something, and we give them an opportunity to explain themselves, especially when there might be a failure to disclose something. What knowledge was there? What existed as far as, was there a lack of knowledge? Was this something that they didn't know about? Again, some people think, and this is important too, especially in today's day and age, especially with a lot of the work that's gone on across different jurisdictions, that record was supposed to be sealed. That record was to have been expunged. And that we want to make sure that people have the opportunity to confirm or verify that. It's, again, is it perfect? No, but is it something that we're proud of? Yes, because we feel like the majority of licensing agencies, the majority of agencies that exist like the Cannabis Control Commission, you don't often have that ability to be heard or spoken to up until the point where there's a final license decision made, and then you can appeal it. We feel like it's important to give them, to afford any applicant that right or that opportunity to at least come in and talk with us prior to a decision being made. We want to make sure that when we make a recommendation to you, it's based on at least engaging with the applicant or the licensee. This is the first instance where there's a recommended denial based on suitability. However, our suitability process has been used before. Again, not in a large volume by any means, and I think that's a testament. I think there might have been 6 cases in the SRC in its history out of potentially close to 80 or so referrals. But that's typically when confronted, I think applicants, they do take that seriously. We're grateful for that. But then they engage us and think, how do we make this right? How do we cure if that's possible? We don't necessarily negotiate that. It's the decision of the entities, how they might want to propose a cure. But it's not something we're going to, we're not settling something per se, but instead we will react to a proposal. And suitability is something that we are very sensitive to. Again, I think because we try to square that with our mission. Our mission, though, is also next to an obligation to ensure that this industry is incorporated by or occupied by people that are indeed suitable for that business. And there is a high degree of sensitivity to that. That word, suitable, is something that is triggering for a lot of folks. I understand that. And we want to be very sensitive to that in each and every instance, because at some point, we talked a lot earlier about that generational wealth opportunity. This business, this industry is intended to be inclusive, and we want to make sure that we can facilitate that. But we also have an obligation from a compliance standpoint, and it's a very, very delicate balance that, again, we take very seriously. But again, that's a generic overview of our suitability process, and we'd be happy to dig into the specific application as is necessary. But I wanted to just try to demystify that if I could. So, and again, I'm happy to take questions on this application, and appreciate the work of our team to arrive at today. Again, no one's excited about this recommendation by any means.
Are there any questions from?
I just have a
commissioners?
question on process.
Sure.
Who determines who's on the suitability review committee?
I do.
Okay, and you said that you extrapolate it away from enforcement and so you just pick from other departments or just staff volunteer? I'm not sure how that works.
Yeah, I invite folks that would be interested in participating, and we keep what is essentially a roster of, so there's typically 3 people that would sit on the suitability review committee, but there might be an availability of 5 or 6 folks that we can then cycle and rotate. It's usually based on, again, the folks that I would look for in establishing the suitability review committee are completely and not affiliated in any way with the licensing or enforcement process. They have to be divorced from that. With that being our largest department, that obviously then limits your audience. But then also looking for folks that are objective, folks that are analytical, folks that may appreciate the mission of this agency. So again, someone from equity programming, constituent services. And the other importance is that I don't want to bog our staff down. Thankfully, we haven't had to engage this process in any large volume, but I want to make sure that there's any risk of bias or any sort of even risk of conflict is avoidable, which is why there's a roster that can be cycled through. And also because the discussion of suitability may include that criminal history background, it's important that that list is small, because we should not be disclosing criminal history to a larger audience and making it widely available. So they must also go through CORI training to do that as well.
I was going to ask you that, what kind of training that they?
Yeah, they must be, there's the CJIS, the Department of Criminal Justice Information Systems, the CJIS training for CORI access, which all of you have gone through, I've gone through. So disclosing criminal history information is not something, and that's, of course, if the suitability matter is based on that, it might need to be disclosed. We don't disclose that casually. So that list is therefore intentionally small.
So I just have a question about your authority as far as, so you received the presumptive negative suitability determination, and the recommendation was adopted by the executive director, who in turn exercised his delegated authority to determine the applicant unsuitable for licensure. So that authority was delegated, was that a commissioner authority that was delegated to you by the previous cohort of commissioners, or was that always your authority?
That authority is delegated through regulation, and as delegate to be, again, that what is before you is a recommendation. Ultimately, it is the commission that determines on a final basis suitability. So the process, though, is delineated and delegated through regulation.
Are there other questions from commissioners on this? And does everyone have sufficient information that we can take a vote? Yes, I'm assuming. Okay, I will end.
Actually, I did have.
Oh, okay,
question.
all right.
Mr. Executive Director, thank you for that breakdown of suitability. I know that the enforcement team, yourself, have really talked through the process on more than one occasion. But I did have a question in terms of what happens after, for a prospective licensee? Do they have the ability to come back in another instance? So can you kind of clarify what those steps could potentially be? I know at the end, there's still a process.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to ask you about that.
So I don't want to presume or assume anything. So there's a number of different avenues that any applicant can go. Certainly, any entity can appeal for reconsideration. That's an option. And that is something that starts again, once, let's say, for instance, again, assuming zero, a denial is upheld or supported by this agency or by this body, that entity will be given a notice. By law, we must provide the basis for that denial. And so that would be articulated in any notice sent to the applicant. They are granted through our regulations, again, the ability to ask for reconsideration of that. That would be assessed by our legal staff and an ultimate recommendation be made. Theoretically, they could accept that determination. They could look as an entity or as individuals affiliated with that application, theoretically could reapply. Suitability, though, would be evaluated based on the individual circumstances of any application. We do not look at, for instance, I guess I want to just be clear about that is businesses can be reformatted, businesses, folks can be included, not included, so things could be restructured in a way. But every application is considered on its own unique merits. So for instance, suitability attaches. It could attach to individuals, it could attach to entities. And so I just don't want to encourage or discourage anybody from doing anything, but there's nothing to prohibit someone from applying anew. But again, suitability will continue to be evaluated on an individual basis.
But if that were denied a second time, they could go to court.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Any agency decision is appealable.
Right.
And so there are legal rights afforded to every individual and entity that they could exhaust. But again, they would have to make that individual decision based on their individual assessment of their circumstances. And so I don't want to, it's not as if there's prejudice or there's with or without prejudice. Instead, again, our staff reviews every single application. And I want to be clear about this too. And I feel like I haven't, but just to double down on it, suitability applies to both individuals and entities. And so, for instance, I'll just to generically run through the criminal history is certainly one. License infractions in other jurisdictions would attach as far as suitability. Business conduct in other industries, professional licenses, if professional licenses have been suspended or revoked, and that includes lawyers, attorneys, et cetera, accountants, that behavior, that past business behavior reflects. Our intention, again, just by mission and by statute, is not to be exclusive in this industry. But we do have those standards that have to be upheld, and compliance is obviously something that is monitored. And I also want to just emphasize too that suitability is not a one-time determination. Mm-hmm. Suitability runs alongside that license. So if something, that's why disclosures are important, timely disclosures are important, and fulsome, complete disclosures are important. So just being granted a license today does not mean that you are suitable in perpetuity. So I just want to be clear about that too, which means there have been circumstances where suitability is evaluated based on circumstances that have arisen after licensure. And so our team continues to evaluate that. And the burden of disclosure does not end upon application.
And if I can, and this is one of the things, and I've raised the issue of suitability in other conversations, but this is one of the things that I think is really important with our social equity program, that I almost would mandate that the suitability issue, whatever that module is, that someone is going to have to sign off, that they have completed that, because I think that this is potentially a very confusing area. I have seen lawyers who didn't quite understand, how suitability functions. I've been yelled at, or at least over email yelled at by lawyers for not, being aware about the need to support social equity candidates. But in fact, that lawyer didn't understand what suitability was. So this is something that in looking at that training, I know that we don't require people to graduate. We give them access, but this might be one module that we say, you got to do this. You got to understand it, because in the long run, it'll save you time, money, aggravation, and the same for us. So I would just like to make that point.
I just want to make an additional comment that I agree with you, but it shouldn't be limited to only social equity participants. Because the issue of suitability runs across all.
I don't just, it's only because the people that I have been hearing from are social equity applicants, and it pains me to see that.
I see, I understand. I agree that we need to sort of think about the way that we're educating people as well, because it is complicated.
Yeah.
I myself tried to, you know, simplify the way that we go, the way that we explain it, and it does get it gets complicated. But to Sean's point, I also want to reiterate the fact that when we talk about suitability, it goes beyond like criminal records. There are other things. There are, you know, the interactions with the commission. There are other examples I won't go into too much. But I think that that's also key. And I want to make sure that people are aware of that as well. Because that is, I guess I'll speak for myself, that it's telling. And we want to just make sure that people are abiding by our standards here in the spirit of our regulations.
And again, I only make that comment because this is the only cohort that we take responsibility for educating. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
That's, again, which is not to say that, you know.
Just if I can add to that point, I agree. I think we should go through some pains to actually, again, just demystify and make our suitability, because there's not a tactic or I guess it's a mindset, is when we are communicating with folks, there's a density to our regulations, and then we often well, our regulations need to be informed, so let's put out a guidance document. And I think sometimes a guidance document can be just as dense. And so we have bandwidth and capability here at this agency to build out, say, explainers or webinars or some sort of visual, and also knowing that people absorb information differently. It doesn't mean that the regulations are any less effective. The regulation is the prevailing document. That's what we adhere to. That's what we apply. At the same time, one of the things I toyed with very early with this agency was basically almost like a table where it was a bunch of questions, and it was if this, then that. And so someone could basically click through and say, I have this conviction, is that a suitability issue? Or I have this criminal history, is that a suitability issue? Of course, when I struggled, the reason I think we haven't rolled anything out is, like most lawyers will, it depends. It might be a suitability issue, but that's where everything is fact dependent. Everything swings on the individual circumstances of that case, that entity, that individual. But I agree. I think it's something we will be spending some time with. I know Commissioner Concepcion and I have talked at length about just how do we make our regulations approachable. Yeah. And again, no one's saying that the regulations are going to be any less effective or authoritative. It's just a matter of, if someone has a very simple question, how do we answer it? And knowing too that us answering a question is based on how you pose the question, the facts you share. It's not a determination. So we might say that sounds like it could be a suitability issue. We'd have to review it when you apply, or that would not trigger our tables. The other point I'll make, and I promise I'll shut up after this, is we have different standards. The ability to enter as an agent is less than, I'm sorry, the bar is higher for ownership. The bar is less high or stringent, or the hurdle is lower for agent registration. That's intentional. It should make logical sense, but in the event that it doesn't, one is a paycheck, one is access to a job. The other is ownership of an entity and a business, and the ability to enjoy profit, the ability to hopefully at some point, either upon exit or successful business, enjoy wealth. And so those standards are different, and you'll obviously hear more in the coming days and weeks about even what the legislature determined as far as that. But I think it's just important to note that in the event, and let's use social equity program as an example, eligibility for the social equity program does not mean eligibility or entitlement to licensure. And I think that is a misconception. You're absolutely right. And I think again, individual basis, there's an assumption made that I was accepted into the program, therefore I'm entitled to a license.
Exactly.
That may not be the case. And I think it's important that if we're contributing to that misconception, we ought to cure that. Yeah. But I also want to make sure we're just honest with folks. Yeah. And if the answer is going to be no, they deserve a no. Right. And they should hear about it from us and not have to go through, to your point, the exercise of applying for licensure, the expense of applying for licensure to then get that no.
So Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the discussion and to kind of characterize it, because we had similar issues at gaming, not really with the gaming companies, but the people who either wanted to work at the casinos or wanted to be a vendor. And you talked about mandatory disqualifications versus presumptive disqualifications. And if it's fair to kind of characterize that as an agency, we want to help somebody get to, yes, we want to help somebody get to that active enrollment, but that starts with the conversation. And, you know, our biggest worry, and I think the worry that I have today is perception anybody might have that produces a chilling. Like, we don't even know how many people haven't even approached working in this industry based on what they might perceive. So I can tell you, you know, the previous work we did was all about messaging. It was even looking at the application. What else can we build into the application that a person could read? But, you know, part of the success of this industry relies on a level of confidence and a level of trust between our licensees or our agents in this agency. So wherever we can do, whatever we can do to kind of break down those communication walls or perception walls, we should try to do it. And there are many different elements, I think, together.
Commissioner Concepcion, thank you.
This was, because I want to clarify, you made a comment about the social equity program and how there have been instances where people participate, they want to own, and then they figure out down the line that they're ineligible because of issues around suitability. So I just wanted to state, and also ask the question. One is that if they were, my statements are, there are other avenues that are still available. So there's still the ancillary track. There's still, you know, becoming an agent and working within this industry. But I wonder if we're doing enough to tell people enough time to pivot directions. If you find out that you cannot go down one track, are we then giving them, you know, the tools to make an educated decision? You know, invested, you know, substantial amount of capital or time. So I don't know if you have that answer now, but it's something that I wonder about.
I guess the answer I have is again, more anecdotal, and it's not going to be a satisfying one, which is both yes and no. I think from a programmatic standpoint, yes, as far as any individual, as far as their participation in the social equity program, can pivot at any time. And the entirety of the program, including all of the lessons, everything else, is always available to any participant. At the same time, there's some proactive work that can be done. I'm really glad you mentioned the ancillary business because that is certainly an avenue. But it's really, imagine how disheartening it would be where someone applies for the social equity program and they do as the entrepreneur track and then learns midstream, that's not your destiny. And now they're pivoting to a lesser, in their mind, a lesser, and it could be ancillary, which is external, or it could be agent management to a degree. Now, granted, management is control is ownership. And so therefore there might be an awkwardness there, which means now there's a ceiling to my career in cannabis. Granted, there's that external ancillary, which can be well served. And I would argue too, I think a marijuana conviction, and I'll just use marijuana conviction, which is a sufficient basis for access to the social equity program, does not mean that I want to work in cannabis. A marijuana conviction might mean, in fact, I don't want to work in cannabis. I have a skill trade. HVAC, IT, electrician. This business, cannabis as a business, is a large consumer of HVAC, IT, electricity, et cetera, plumbing, cleaning services, social media. There are so many vendors that a cannabis business needs. Waste management as far as composting and destruction, et cetera. There's just so many avenues, but again, the last thing we want to do is have someone come in with the excitement of this industry is open and available to me because everybody's told me that, and then they're confronted with the unfortunate reality of that history. And this is again specific to the individual, because the social equity program serves individuals, not entities. But I think it's an important point. So I think I would argue, and this is not a reflection of any of the work that our staff has done, is that we can do more to, at the front end, sort of evaluate are you in the appropriate track? Because we allow individuals to select specifically by themselves, which track do you prefer? And there's a lot of assumptions that get made there.
And the last note is this is why, and this is outside of the commission. This is outside of the CCC in many ways because it's larger than us. But sealing and expungement. A sealed record is treated by us as sealed. So they would be able, if the record was sealed, to then become licensed. And
Yes.
I just wanted to, I'll make that statement for the record. Expungement, people argue about which one's better, which one's whatever. If you get your record sealed or expunged, then that is also a way to access opportunities that you otherwise would not be able to.
If I
Please,
may,
Commissioner
just
Simmons,
for
go ahead.
A moment. By the way, I do like the term vendor, and I know Cedric's probably still listening. But trying to make sure that we make that track as lucrative or as attractive as possible to potential SEP program applicants. Understanding every positive impact plan we get is about, I want to do business with a social equity applicant. Every diversity plan now is focusing on, I want to do business with a minority, women, veteran owned. So it's looking beyond the fact that it's a great business opportunity. You don't need to go through our licensing process. And on the flip side, you are highly sought after if you do go down the road. So
We need to convene a vendor conference because this is, if the door is closing on licenses, and we need to be doing everything that we can to keep that door open for social equity applicants. But I'm just wondering if we shouldn't be convening vendors who might like being at the, you know what I mean, given preference in doing business with, you know, a number of these licensees. So you may want to.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I know that, I don't want to, I think we're going off topic a little bit, but I that's an important point. And I think that Commissioner Stebbins and I have been talking about, we actually talked about this, I think, last year, and sort of really educating folks in terms of that ancillary services. But I'm going to say no more because I feel like we're deviating from this moment, and I know that this is a big deal, so.
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, and thank you. So Sean, you had touched on the different scenarios why someone would be presumptive negative suitability or criminal history, untruthful statements, past business practices, to name a few. The 7 individuals on this, do they have full understanding of why it was conveyed to them? They have full understanding of why this was a presumptive negative suitability? And if so, and for the public, if we decide as a body to deny, the public will just know we deny, but they won't know why we are denying?
So the denial itself, so this discussion obviously alludes to the fact that it's based on suitability. The individuals that are part of this application have full awareness and would have received both the initial determination, would have engaged in that appeal to the suitability review committee and received that determination as well, and have also been notified that it is our intention as an agency and as an agency staff to recommend denial on the basis of suitability. As far as the public disclosure, we would not reveal specifics. Because again, we're not going to reveal that private confidential information.
Right.
And just to be clear, that doesn't mean that that private confidential information is necessarily criminal history. It's the basis of the suitability determination, which also might be a confluence or a myriad of things stacked together. So in other words, once we pull a suitability thread, there's no telling where it leads.
Right.
And so the initial basis for review may not be the final determination and recommendation. So I hate to be cagey about the answer, but the reality is there's only so much I can reveal to the public. But I'm also confident that the individuals associated with the application
Have a
are
full
fully aware.
That was my point. Okay, thank you.
So are there any other questions?
No, I just, I guess, just quick comments before we get into voting is, Commissioner Roy, thank you for asking the executive director about the process and the suitability process internally. And Sean, thank you for just elaborating a little bit on the confidentiality, because we want people to be part of this process and we need to make sure it's confidential enough for folks to go through it. And I know you had said in the past that we might have had about 80 cases come to suitability, maybe 6 of them you said we kind of brought to the board. So, I mean, I think this is, I appreciate the process and the due diligence. I know myself, I think along with other commissioners, had a lot of conversation with internal, at least I did with internal staff last week, the month before when this was supposed to be on the agenda. So it's not an easy vote to take today. But I do appreciate the process and the transparency for us as commissioners to understand what's going on. So.
Okay, so if there's no further comment or questions, I will entertain a motion to accept the staff recommendation on denial of provisional license for Evoke MR 284322. Commissioner Roy, do I have a motion?
So
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, if there's any questions or comments, hearing none, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Thank you, everybody. And thanks for that explanation, Sean, because this is not a happy, but it's something that. Anyway, we're moving on to staff recommendations on final licenses. Annie?
Excuse me, today we have 14 final license recommendations for your review and consideration.
Thank you. There are no recusals on this. Okay. Commissioner Camargo, you don't have a recusal on this, do you?
no, I do not.
Okay.
On renewals.
Which, I'm sorry, what?
On renewal.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so hearing none, I will accept a motion to accept the recommendations on final licenses from 1 through 14. Commissioner Camargo, will you make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. 1 through 14 final licenses are approved. And then staff recommendation on renewal licenses. So go ahead, Annie, you're just recommending. So,
Yep, we have 83 adult use renewals and 20 MTC renewals for your review and consideration today.
here it is. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Question.
Oh, go ahead.
On number 60 on Pleasantries, Inc. It was my understanding that they wound down their business. They closed. And could you explain, Sean, how if Pleasantries is no longer in business, why we are renewing them?
I may ask our licensing staff to jump in on that one. The activity of winding down a business, this is anecdotal and I don't know if it applies necessarily to this specific application, but an intent to close is still a process with this agency. So in other words, inventory must be wound down, et cetera. So they have to take those affirmative steps. So there's a good opportunity or likelihood that that could be underway at this point, but I don't know if there's specifics. I see Kyle has emerged to repeat on the screen. He may have specific context, but sometimes we've seen that before where there's an intent to close and it must be facilitated through an extension of a license. Yes.
What number is that?
Pleasantries?
No, True Leaf. Just looking.
I see Kyle has
Yeah,
a,
Kyle.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. Commissioner Roy, the Executive Director's explanation is definitely one of those possible options there where they would need to renew their license even though they might be winding down. But in this particular case, my understanding is that this is a separate location, separate license from the one that they are actually intending to wind down. So they are still, my understanding is that for this license, they have plans to continue to operate as far as I know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
ignore what I said.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so hearing that, Commissioner Stebbins, I will entertain a motion to approve the license renewals numbers 1 through 90. You make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that motion?
Second.
All right. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. 1 through 90 are approved. Commissioner Camargo has recused from 91 and 92. So Commissioner Roy, I will accept a motion to approve the final license on those two.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, can I hear a second? Hearing that moved and seconded, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo recuses. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. 4 in favor, 1 recusal. It passes. And then finally going 93 through 103. Commissioner Concepcion, I will entertain a motion to approve the renewal of licenses 93 through 103.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Numbers 93 through 103 are approved. And now we're moving into staff recommendation on responsible vendor training.
So we have one certified responsible vendor trainer, the eLearn Cannabis Academy for renewal today. They are seeking to be renewed for an additional 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training to the responsible vendor training program. They currently offer virtual trainings, and since their original certification date, they have provided instruction for 19 marijuana establishment and medical marijuana treatment center agents. Therefore, commission staff recommend commission approval of this renewal subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I don't hear any questions or comments. Commissioner Roy?
Is it possible that when we get these in the board book, the RVT, to put a link to a curriculum?
I would imagine so. Yeah.
So the commissioners have the option, if they have the bandwidth, they have the time, they can look physically at the curriculum.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I'd like to take that back to our team and confirm that we can in fact do that. I don't want to just say yes and then not live up to it.
Yep.
But it should be something we can do, if nothing else. And I also bear in mind too, that we have the ability at any time to audit any and all RVT vendors. So we might have that capability. I just want to confirm our capability.
Okay.
But
Thank
yes,
you very
I'll
much.
take that under advisement. Yes.
Can I also highly recommend that the commissioners take a responsible vendor training basic program?
That's why I wanted to.
I think that it would be very helpful to do that. Okay, so hearing that, Commissioner Roy, would you make a motion in favor of approving this responsible vendor training?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Second.
having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. 5 in favor, none opposed.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I need a 5-minute break. to go to the restroom.
Okay, we
I
will
can't sit through the next part
move.
without going to the bathroom.
Please move.
No, okay.
Make the motion.
Just go. How you're saying, make a move, Nudies, go.
Make a
Don't move.
motion and
Don't
we'll come back at, let's say, 3:05.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, do you second that?
Second, I.
Having been moved and seconded, call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. 5 in favor. We will be back at 3:05.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then we will move to commission discussion and votes, but Commissioner Stebbins has asked to make a comment.
Yeah, my apologies, and my apologies to the ED. During our break, I went back through and looked at our January meeting minutes around the deputy executive director. Did see and acknowledge the vote that we took. I've seemed more fixated that day on my questions that I peppered him with and the amendments I made to the motion around the positions. My apologies. My whoops. So anyways.
All right. So I'm going to preface before some of the other commissioners talk. We have 3 working groups, or sort of 4 working groups right now, looking at writing regulations that are responsive to the law, Chapter 180, that was passed by the legislature last year. We are looking at host community agreements. We're looking at implementing equity at the municipal level, and we are looking at social consumption. We also have a group that is looking at suitability. We had hoped today to have a conversation about host community agreements and then vote, and then do the same thing with municipal equity regulatory regulations on Monday. The problem is that because of open meeting law, we could not disseminate the proposal of Commissioners Roy and Concepcion to the rest of the commissioners regarding host community agreements in advance of this meeting, because that would be a violation of open meeting law. The same thing is with municipal equity. So what we're going to do is today, and Sean, if you could, Commissioner Roy, you had asked how people can access this, but this is now. So today really is we're putting it out in public. People can look at it. Frankly, all of the fellow commissioners can look at this and see the work that the 2 different committees have been doing for the past number of months. But how do people access the publication of this document so that they can see what we're now seeing for some of us for the first time?
So it is on our website now. It's part of the meeting book packet. That said, we will separate it and differentiate it as a separate. So folks should look for 2 documents. First is the adult use regulations. Second is the medical use regulations. And so those changes would be incorporated into both. There is some synergy and harmony between the 2. It's really, I hate to call it copy paste. By no means is it copy paste. At the same time, both sets need to be updated accordingly. And those changes for both, for HCA's municipal equity, suitability, et cetera, would be incorporated into the entirety of the document. So it's not as if there's an HCA draft, a municipal equity draft. It is one draft of regulations with a track change. That track change includes new text, new drafting, as well as things that have been in fact changed. So, but right now on our website, it's part of the public meeting packet. And then after this, we will differentiate the 2 and update them as separate attachments in our public documents page.
Okay, and just to remind all of us, but also for the people, who are watching, this is an ongoing process. And what is being released today is the first draft, the first of several final drafts, but this is the first draft. This will then be voted upon by the commissioners. And it will be sent to the Secretary of State's office. Once it goes to the Secretary of State's office for their oversight and approval, then there is a commentary period for the public to be able to respond to these initial drafts. We then will have an opportunity to incorporate any changes that may maybe there is a persuasive argument against something that we've drafted. Maybe we forgot something. And so we will have the benefit of public commentary to make sure that we hone the final draft of these regulations, which then will be voted upon. We were given some additional time from the Secretary of State's office. Now, remembering that these 2 working groups have a final deadline that this has to be completed by November 9th of this year. The other working group, social consumption, does not fall under that same time frame, so they are not bound by the same guidelines that we're working on here.
So we're hoping that we can take a vote on Monday at our meeting. However, given the fact that it is, tomorrow's Friday, we have a weekend. There are some questions that I would like to pose to staff and may or may not have an opportunity to do that. So it is my intent that we could vote on Monday, but it is not necessarily what we have to do if the commissioners aren't all comfortable with their level of preparedness. Again, given the fact that we've only seen, some of us have only seen, the only commissioner who's seen both, who has been doing double duty is Commissioner Concepcion. Triple duty, yes, triple duty. She's doing the suitability as well. So anyway, I just wanted to preface that. Again, first swipe, part of the process, and a lot of us just saw this for the first time today.
Madam Chair, may I ask,
Please.
when you say vote on Monday, Sean, can you explain what if we vote on Monday means? Because I think we talked about this a little bit, and I want to make sure that we all understand what that means in terms of voting to send to the public, not voting on the actual policy of the regs.
So functionally, if I
That
may,
makes sense, Madam Chair?
Yeah, yeah.
and I guess depending on my answer, if I don't answer your question, I might need you to just clarify. So, but I think what you're asking is, what does the vote of the commission mean? What is that? And so ultimately, to the chair's point, a draft regulation is exactly that. It's a draft. You're seeking therefore public comment. You're obligated to get public comment. It triggers the formal regulatory process though. So everything we've done up until this point has been an informal regulatory process. The standard regulatory promulgation exercise is that the public body or the agency, because some agencies are governed by a single commissioner or a single secretariat, et cetera, files with the Secretary of State's office, the Secretary of the Commonwealth, so Secretary Galvin. That then triggers, and it's guided by the regulatory, there's basically a rule book or a guidance document or a resource that is all the steps that must occur. So the first step is the draft regulations are filed. They then get published in the register. The register is that's correct. Yep. And so the register itself is the formal regulatory governing guide where all regulations appear. Then within that time frame, you cannot draft or you cannot finalize the regulatory process until certain events occur. One is, and this is an and or, so you're not obligated to do both. You must do one: public comment period and or public hearing. In other words, the public must have an opportunity to opine. And you are bound at that point by the scope you've published. So in other words, we can't, this is an example, HCA's municipal equity, suitability, et cetera. We then can't, if we don't touch, for instance, fees. We can, in the final draft, change a bunch of fees because the public didn't have notice of that. The public must be afforded notice and an opportunity.
So basically, whatever we do has to be within the confines.
You're boxed into that scope.
That they are responding to.
Yep. So you're basically asking the public to opine on something. They must have noticed that something is therefore about to change. And so if you were to make changes again in some other section of the regulations, you may have to start the process anew. You're not prohibited from doing it. It's a matter of you need to start the process and give the public more time.
Yeah,
there are windows of timing. So for instance, 35 days before a public hearing, you must advertise in a newspaper of general circulation that hearing date, et cetera, public notice. And so in most instances, we've chosen, for instance, like the Boston Herald or Boston Globe. You must, in that exercise as well, file certain statements, a small business impact statement. You must provide notice to the Mass Municipal Association. You must also provide notice to the Department of Housing and Community Development. Again, that's all the regulatory process as defined by the Secretary of the Commonwealth's office. And
why housing and community development?
I, as soon as I said it, I thought someone might ask me that question. I don't have the faintest idea. Obviously, the worry is impact. So again, the small business impact statement. And at the very instance, the first draft of regulations we ever filed, the small business impact statement was very generic because we're creating small businesses through this regulation. But the intent is obviously to provide notice to everybody as to what the potential, the scope and impact could and might be. But it also really invites that public comment and that public feedback. To your question, I would say voting on draft regulations is the equivalent of releasing them to the public in seeking that comment. It does not lock you in necessarily. It locks you in on scope.
It does lock you.
Locks you in on scope. It does not say, though, this is definitively what you, I guess, this is a personal vote. You need to determine how you personally feel as far as your comfort level. But if you're saying, I'm okay with releasing this for public comment, and I reserve sort of I reserve the right to change, amend, et cetera, because I want that comment. Or again, alternatively, and this is a personal choice, by voting on this, you can say, this is what I believe in. I believe this should be the case. Effectively, though, an affirmative vote to release the draft is triggering that process.
Got it.
Because again, everything up until this point has been informal. It is not, we've not tracked any formal regulatory process. We've been drafting. So the formality of the regulatory process would begin upon a vote of a draft regulations. The vote itself substantively would be to authorize us as staff to file. And that filing is what triggers your public hearing, public comment.
Sean, what's the risk if we wait, if we don't vote on Monday and we wait, let's say, to the week of the 24th or 25th or 26th to trigger that vote out to the public in the process?
All you're doing is shrinking the time in between. So we must file by August 15th.
Yep.
We have, that is our drop dead deadline. So anything between now and then is your time. Again, if you voted, say, on August 14th, we would be scrambling to file. That's assuming too that there might be, what is before you now, what has been released today is a draft. Before you vote on that draft, you may choose to amend something.
We could change the scope.
You absolutely could. And you, in addition to changing scope, though, you could, and I use this just as an example, you could take a may and turn it to a shall or something of that, like, which has a sizable impact, but you're not bound by the draft that's pending before you. So in the course of your discussion deliberation, you may choose to amend something. We as a staff would need to make sure that's referenced and changed in the draft we file. We also file different versions with the Secretary's office to make sure they have what they need to publish in the register. So we've given you the track changes version. We would want to file a clean version with them as well as a track changes version with them. They also we have to go through some formatting issues with them as far as the software that's used, et cetera. That's all. I will worry about that. We'll make sure it's taken care of, but the exercise of uploading and filing is not simple. It's an exercise, and we want to make sure that the draft that does get filed is complete. So
Who's the arbiter of scope?
the Secretary of the Commonwealth.
What does that August 15th, so I'm thinking hypothetically right now.
Sure.
You said that we have to file by August 15th. What does that do to the public comment window?
Nothing. We've budgeted sufficient. The reason that the 15th is the drop dead for us is because the register is published every 2 weeks. We want to make sure we hit the right register when it is in fact published, which then triggers that public comment. So we've basically taken your November 9th deadline and backed everything else from that, which allows us, so if we file by August 15th, we are intending to wrap up with a final vote of promulgation by mid-October. And by filing in mid-October, that ensures we will meet the November 9th deadline. So everything else is backed out from that November 9th deadline, including the mid-October filing, because we want to make sure we get the right register in October for final promulgation in sufficient time.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm
Chair.
just looking at the calendar.
Do we know the dates yet of public hearing?
Tentatively, yes. Again, based on that backing things out, it's obviously scheduled dependent upon your availability.
Yes.
Which would be September 8th, I believe is the holding date right now. To be clear, though, that's the public hearing. Public comment will run throughout. Again, as I pointed out, the register in the Secretary's office requires one or the other, not both, but we have always done both, public comment and a public hearing. The point I guess I want to make sure I am clear with you as far as your own expectations, because of the timing of this. In the past, historically, what we've done as well, during the public comment period, our staff has gone through each public comment received. We have summarized it, we've evaluated it, we've categorized it. We may not have that luxury this time. We may just, once it's received, share it with you in its entirety, so you have full access to it. What I want to make sure is throughout this exercise, you have access to the public comment. In the past, we've withheld that public comment from commissioners. That sounds funny. We've received it, then processed it, so to speak, and then released it to commissioners. Here, I want to make sure you have it on a rolling basis, just so you can sink your teeth into that public comment.
Which we already have.
You've received HCA and also thank you for reminding me of that as well. That public comment does not equate to a formal public comment period. So I would not want to pretend as though that comment received is sufficient or would count as it does not count. We appreciate the feedback. I suspect that a lot of folks, once they see this, we also ask them to comment on a hypothetical. Now they have something they can react to. At the same time, you might get just what I've seen historically is folks will submit the same public comment with a different date. That's the right. Also, fair warning at a public hearing, you're asking folks to stay within the scope. You're likely going to get comments on things you didn't ask for comments on. Again, the public has every right to opine. But thank you for reminding me, the public comment received thus far has been incorporated and used by the various working groups, but would not count as the public comment period for the regulatory purpose.
So in looking at my own calendar, and I don't know if Kate has put, so I have here block for regulatory policy review. That is sort of the last week in August and the first week in September. So that's when, I got it before then, but that is when the commentary is going to be coming in theory, made a little bit more pithy by our staff if they have time to get through.
We'll organize it.
And then I have on my calendar, Friday the 8th for a public hearing. And I don't know if you have that, but
Yeah, we have it.
that's in my, okay, all right.
So the reason I say it's tentative is I need to confirm with all of you
Yeah.
that you're comfortable with that approach and that date. I don't want to assume anything. So it's holding right now as this is our plan. But of course, all of our planning needs to meet with your approval.
Mhm. And so after that public hearing, then when will we vote on the 14th of September?
If we can turn things around that fast, again, assuming the changes are not dramatic, et cetera. So I think it's hard to say. We'd be able to back these dates in. If we're going to file by October, I believe it's the 13th. Anytime prior to that would be a subject to a vote. So it depends on how much work needs to go in between draft and final.
Okay.
So if we're making wholesale changes, I don't think it'd be realistic to turn around. If the hearing's September 8th, that next week is feasible, again, depending on the scope of any potential amendments.
Okay, all right. So does that clarify?
Yeah, I mean, it clarifies it for me. I'm still a little unclear, but I'm also trying to be very realistic that if we are expected to vote on Monday, tomorrow's Friday.
Can I say, I'm really leaving it up to you guys. If you're not comfortable.
I guess, I don't know. This is just me. I'm going to speak for myself is tomorrow's Friday. Folks, I'm sure have full calendars and we have the weekend. Our staff I think everyone's overworked this past 2 weeks. Myself, I would want to speak to staff. I can't speak to them over the weekend. And then we have Monday. And then if a vote means we're sending out to public comment, I get it. But it also sounds like there's some kind of scope that we cannot change and can change. And I think because this is the first time that we're doing this. So my recommendation, and take it or leave it, is I don't even know if we need a Monday meeting or if we put a meeting 2 weeks later and kind of pack it all in 2 weeks later. But that's just my recommendation. If we can assure each other that us voting on Monday is to send out a comment. But I guess just because I don't know anything and I'm anticipating the presentations now, and I'm really excited. I know you guys have probably done an amazing job, but I don't know what's in there. So for me to say, oh, you can't change the scope from now until Monday, that's a big deal.
So do we want to have a conversation on Monday and maybe pose some questions to staff about additional information that anybody might want?
And I wonder, so I want to make sure I am.
Yeah, please ask me.
You think you need time to comb through it yourself as well?
Absolutely. Because I mean, we're overachievers on this CCC team and.
Pages?
Well, each reg is probably close to 160 pages.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, my point is that we also got to take care of our mental health and ourselves. There's a lot going on in this place. And again, this is just me, but I have no clue what's in this. I have no clue what the scope is. This is the first time I'm doing this. I think most of you, what is that scope? What does that mean that I can't change the scope or I can or later or this? And I know that everybody and their mother is going to lobby us in the next 2 weeks and it is what it is. That's part of the role. But for me as a sitting commissioner, I need to really be able to understand what I'm voting for on Monday and review stuff. And it's the weekend. There's no way we can talk to staff, you
I
know?
think that
Yeah.
we're getting we don't have to vote on Monday, and I don't know if.
I don't even think we need a meeting on Monday. I think we need to take Monday and read regs. I'd rather read regs.
It's okay. I agree, and I'm surprised that I agree because we were preparing to talk about one of the issues that's a priority of mine, but I understand what you mean by that. And then, I'm a little bit, I know I've read everything there luckily, but I can understand wanting the time to be able to comb.
And here's the thing, Commissioner Concepcion, we can present on Monday and present suitability, right? Kind of check off, but I'd rather spend the time reading and understanding and talking to staff on Monday after that portion of it and kind of digging into the regs and making sure so that
But the only
we have
point,
plenty
the
of
only
time.
point I would make about, I'm, if people want to, cancel the meeting on Monday, I'm not opposed to that. But the only thing I would say is, could there be a shorter conversation with staff?
Sure.
In the same room?
Sure.
Because I may want the benefit.
Yeah,
of
I agree.
the questions that you ask
I
of
agree.
the staff or what you are. So
agree.
I would, the meeting will be remote. So, we can do this online, but I think that it's giving us an opportunity over the weekend because I still have a question even on our own group that I would like to have answered that, an issue came up yesterday that I don't know that. So, but I'd like to see what you guys, I just think that Monday we can come up with questions that we can share. Again, open meeting, and then also maybe we can put together a little bit of work that we'd like the staff to do to help us all get comfortable to vote. Does that make sense to you?
And I don't think we have time on the weekend to even get to those questions for Monday. I mean, I'm the only one speaking here. I don't know how other folks feel, but
So would you rather do? The only reason I say that this is important
Yeah.
to be able to have us do this is we
Yeah.
have open meeting law.
Yeah.
And so we can't
Yeah,
have
I
these
agree.
conversations.
No, I
And
agree.
I won't be privy to the questions that you're asking.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if, I mean, folks, there's 5 of us here. Do we feel that we're gonna have enough time from now until Monday to come up with a list of questions for Monday for staff? Like, I guess that's what I'm saying, which means we have to read all these regs over the weekend, which is, I don't know what people have planned over the weekend. And then get ready on Monday to ask questions.
I'll gain a consensus. The only thing I get worried about.
Yeah, no, please,
Because we have a
yeah.
lot to cover here.
Yeah.
And if indeed someone reads this over the weekend and says, this is all wet, you need to change this.
Yep.
How do we, is it just we talk to the staff, but everybody it doesn't benefit?
Right, do we
from
do it
that?
at I got it.
That's the
I get what you're
only,
saying.
that's the only issue I'm raising. So, but I'll, whatever people want to do, I don't care.
Yeah.
Can I propose something? Because I understand, I would benefit from hearing the questions and answers, the responses as well. I wonder if, well, then again, I just wonder if there might be another date to give sufficient time, and then at
Yeah.
that meeting, we have.
But I also want to be, cognizant of
Thursday?
people traveling and,
But
personal.
what about the same week, Commissioner Concepcion, to your point, like, this is Monday, I don't know, the 17th. Are you off next week?
I'm gone.
You're gone.
Oh, you're off. You're off next week, you're off the week after.
I'm off next week.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, next week is already the, I see.
So that was, again, we're not going to solve anything on Monday. I think we just can start to have the conversation. And by the way, I could have the conversation today, telling you sort of broadly what I think we've done right and why. We've gotten some pushback on impact.
Yeah.
From the staff. You don't know what that is though.
Sure,
And I'd like to share that
Okay,
with
yeah,
you.
that makes sense.
So again, only because I know that Commissioner Concepcion and you're out, I'm out one day.
No one can be shy about being on vacation. We all need to take
I want-
vacation and have.
No, but it's,
That's not great.
This is the
Yeah.
deadline stuff that
Yeah.
I've tried to be as
Okay.
transparent as possible so that people
Yeah.
can make their vacation. I am gonna be gone the last week in September
Yep.
and the first couple of days into October, so I'm getting, I wanna make sure that I'm not missing anything.
Sure,
So,
sure.
What about the Thursday, the 27th? Can I just throw that out there?
Well, that's what I was saying, my point, but I think that's what the chair sort of, her counter argument is, do we do Monday? But yeah, that's what I was saying, the 27th is a Thursday.
Yep, I could do the 27th. Could anybody look at their,
I'll
are
make-
you
I'll
okay?
make anything work. Yeah.
You
I live
can
here.
do it. I can let me look at that.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Stephens?
Okay. So that will be the first time that we will be able to, but are we planning on voting then? Is that it?
Yeah, by then you gotta.
Then I think we need to have a conversation today.
Yeah.
I think we need to at least be able to think about some of the things that you're comfortable with.
Without us peppering.
I guess I'm confused because I thought we're just moving everything from Monday to the 27th.
Yeah.
So
Then fine, I mean, I guess. But what if we don't get it done on the 27th? We still have,
I see.
I don't want to, this is why we need deadlines.
Yeah.
I don't want to push this so far out that we get into August and we're making you people crazy. And I don't want to do that. So
The 27th.
let us figure out if we need to have 2 meetings.
Right.
To get this done.
So Monday and the 27th?
But if we don't do Monday, I'm okay not doing that, but
28th.
Right.
I have another
I
suggestion.
can't on the 28th.
So let's talk about, my suggestion is the one meeting on the 27th, but similar to how we operated around the DIA conversation, where we gathered our questions, we gave it to staff beforehand, and all of the questions were provided. So we all got the questions,
But
and
be
then,
identified.
and we can go through the responses together on the 27th.
Okay.
I mean, how do you?
No, that's fine. No, but I'm just, again, I'm looking at the 28th. I'm flying out of town that night, but I could do a call in the morning on the 28th. So if we had to bleed into the morning of the 28th, could you all just look at your, could you?
I'm off on the 28th,
Okay.
but
I'm gone that night, but
Can we plan to do all day on the 27th?
Yeah.
I think-
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm just afraid of bleeding into August.
Yeah,
If
no.
we go, oh, I still.
can we start earlier on the 27th? Can we start at 9 on the 27th?
Do in person or virtual?
It's
In
virtual.
person.
Oh,
We gotta
we
do
need
this
to
in
be in
person.
person.
Yeah, we
We
gotta
need
do
to
this.
be in
Or
person.
9:30, sorry.
No.
We need to be in person.
What are you looking at?
Or 10.
Look at the sky. Look at the sky.
She's got a little.
Yeah,
bit
that's
of
right, that's
drop
right.
off. I mean,
What about the 26th?
I will figure it out. I will figure it out. We can
Thanks,
figure it
27th.
out.
Right, why don't we,
How about the 26th and the 27th? We block 2 full days.
I can't, the 26th, I have a dental surgeon, I just, if you
You
know.
can plan for the 27th.
Yeah,
We'll work
the
with
27th works,
Yeah.
and then let's hold the morning of the 28th first, the morning,
Like an as necessary, if necessary.
if needed.
The
Are you
28th.
out of town?
Yes,
You're-
but I can make my travel plan so that I can be somewhere virtual.
Okay,
Like I could do it virtual in the morning, but I have
yeah, I can do it virtually in the morning, but I
Have
can't be,
appointments.
I cannot be in person.
I have appointments starting
So
at
the second day will be virtual.
Okay.
Day
If it's-
1
if
in
necessary.
person, day
If
2 as
necessary.
needed.
if necessary.
Virtually.
Just I have doctor's appointments, can't miss.
Yeah, no, I know, but that's
What's your
me on the
personal information?
26th, I got time.
So should we still plan on of having our questions submitted by that time? So I maybe I should ask you that, this is staff resource question too.
Figure that out.
Yeah, but let's figure out, so we will, so next week, we will figure out a deadline for getting questions before that meeting on the 27th. I'd presume maybe the 21st.
So I guess that, thank you, because I'm thinking, I want to make sure we have sufficient time to process, answer, compile, et cetera, and then disseminate prior to the 27th. So if we can lock, mindful that people are in different states of availability for next week, if by the 21st, close of business 21st, if that's feasible,
Yep.
we can then spend 24th, 25th internally working up and being mindful that the sooner you get it to us, the sooner we can process, of course.
Right.
So we can do that on a rolling basis. We'll have those answers sufficient. I also mindful too, when we talk about presenting or questions for staff, there might also be questions for commissioners, right? Like you manage these working groups, you made choices and recommendations and policy choices. So I want to make sure you preserve your ability to discuss your own priorities, not just the please don't interpret it as a pitch from staff. It might also be pitch amongst yourselves. The other point I just want to clarify, because Commissioner Camargo, I hear you as far as your concern around scope. I don't want to intimidate anyone with the scope concern. HCA's is scope. Municipal equity is scope. And so I don't want to.
It's
If
fairly
it's-
broad.
Exactly. So you have some leeway within that. And I think, Madam Chair, to your question, the Secretary of State would govern the scope question, but only once and upon challenge. And so if there was even a gray or like I felt like we're heading up against scope, we could reconcile that and work that with folks. And this agency and you as a regulatory body are not prohibited from regulating.
Yeah.
So we'll find a way to make whatever scope issues, we'll manage
So
it.
just to make things more complex,
Sure.
it also gives us some time to throw in a little, the term that needs not being repeated.
Oh, my gosh.
To throw what?
3 times faster.
No, but maybe that gives us some time.
Chair.
Maybe, maybe.
Down tiger, down tiger.
I think the amount of staff.
Oh, I see Andrew shaking his head. No time. Well, it started drooling out the ears a little bit, but yeah.
Oh, yes, I can see. I'm seeing a visceral.
Megan is moving away.
No, but it's, I mean, Andrew's reaction is real. Yeah. Madam Chair, can I ask a question related to everything that needs to go in this process? Sean, one of the questions I had was, with this process, do you all like provide any kind of feedback for us as like a financial analysis of impact for all these things? Like, is that something that's included so that we can?
We can certainly, if there's specific questions to it, I would suggest pose it to us. We can certainly evaluate it.
Okay.
One of the exercises our staff is going through right now is impact.
Okay.
And the impact is based on vendor contracts, if there's a change order, staffing levels, et cetera. And so the draft that has been working amongst the different working groups has been disseminated, including the policy documents you've thought through, has been disseminated to our staff. And those departments are contributing that now. And so yes is the answer. It's a matter of, I'm not sure of the state of readiness. The other concern I have, and this is my problem to worry about, but I'm revealing it to you, I suppose, is I want to be especially sensitive to agency impact and less so island-based department impact. So in other words, one department may feel a certain way, but perhaps another department can support. And so I want to make sure we can pull all of that together in a global way versus this department said this, the other department said that. And so each department should contribute, but then we also need to assess it as an agency. But yes, the answer is yes.
Okay. Now, is that something, are we going to see that?
I would,
Tell us? How does that work?
yes, throughout this process.
Okay,
I guess I want to be honest about my ability to I prioritized.
okay,
I prioritized getting you a draft today. That impact is something that I'm going to pivot to now. Again, to really run that assessment as an agency and less of the departments. So you'll see it throughout this process.
so we're giving you a little bit of time.
Sure.
You're welcome.
Well,
I was waiting for that, yeah.
thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Enjoy.
You want to take
Yes.
a picture of Sean's reaction right there, please?
What Andrew was read? Yeah, that's.
No,
Look
but
at
does
Andrew.
that also, no, all jokes aside though, but that also gives a little bit of time so that comes with the process?
It does. I want to be very honest about my bandwidth and
Okay.
ability to really deliver something to you that I'm confident
Okay,
in.
okay.
So I can certainly try, but I don't want to set expectations I can't keep.
Yeah, but we don't have that right now. That was my
You do
question.
not have that right
Got it.
now.
Okay.
What I have, just.
I have my treasurer hat on. What is this gonna, what are
Yeah.
these? Our CFO said to me in the beginning, we make changes to regs and then don't realize the impact and the cost, right? So I have my treasurer hat thinking, okay, so we're gonna read through this stuff, but what is the impact? I don't know what the financial impact of any of this stuff is.
But this is also part of the conversation we had when Alyssa was here. We need to do a redo of where our resources are deployed, period.
Got you. Yeah,
And
and
making
yeah,
room for, for this.
sure.
part of
New
what we're
regs.
doing.
Yeah.
So, okay, so that being said,
Before we run out of time,
before we run out of time.
Yeah. I
Oh,
want to make sure we get to the presentations that are the lead-in.
well,
Still doing that.
well, that's what I'm saying is that This
Yeah.
is.
No, I mean, we have
this-
comments. I think he's waiting.
I'm just going to make some high level
Yeah, yeah.
comments. Okay, so I will,
That's
I
fine.
will ask Commissioners Roy and Concepcion to give some high level, non-pepperable comments.
Thank you.
So that we're not putting
Yes,
you on the
yes.
spot.
Thank you.
You have my word.
Thank you. And they're not so much 30,000 feet, maybe like 25,000 feet. We got a little detail and cruising altitude. You know, I'm so excited to be able to share our comments with everyone. And first, though, it's important. I want to just thank and recognize first Commissioner Concepcion, who we were co-leads, regulatory leads on this, and our team, Rebecca Lopez, Kyle Potvin, Matt Giancola, Olivia Colville, Stephen Carasello, Kate Fisk, and Alex McKenzie. And we pulled in Mike Baker, you know, 3/4 of the way through. And everyone on this team contributed so much. We were so organized. You know, and Rebecca, you get a special shout out for all the drafting that you did. Incredible. And Kyle, all your expertise. So everyone contributed to this process and this policy recommendation. So I wanted to start by thanking everyone. So having said that, in response to Chapter 180, an act relative to equity in the cannabis industry, the Host Community Agreement Working Group convened in February of 2023. The group consisted of staff from constituent services, enforcement, equity programming, and community outreach, investigations, legal, licensing, and government affairs and policy departments. The working group was tasked with developing regulations implementing the provisions of Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022 that dealt with host community agreements. The legislature was clear. Host community agreements are an important component of the local and state licensing process, but may only contain certain defined terms to be within the scope of the law. The regulations as drafted implement the statute's terms regarding community impact fee. For example, pursuant to Section 3D2I of statute, community impact fees may only be charged for costs incurred to the municipality that are reasonably related to the marijuana establishments or MTC's operations. Those fees are limited to 8 years, commencing on the date the licensee receives a final license. The fee can amount to no more than 3% of gross annual revenue of the licensee, and the fee cannot be predetermined amount or percentage. Municipalities may only assess the fee on costs actually incurred. Further, the host community shall not require any charitable donations or assess any other fees outside the scope of the host community agreement that do not comply with the statute or other applicable law. For example, pursuant to Section 3D to III, the host community must transmit the invoice of the community impact fee costs to the licensee within 1 month of the anniversary of the licensee's final license. Failure to transmit that invoice could result in the forfeiture of that community impact fee. And the invoice shall also be public record as defined by Clause 26 of Section 7 of Chapter 4 and Chapter 66. It's important that the terms of these agreements are fair and equitable. The practice of prohibiting licensees from disputing the terms of the HCA or any of the collected community impact fees is inherently unfair. Host communities may also no longer use community impact fee revenue for attorneys' fees and judicial disputes with licensees. Community impact fees may only be used to offset the actual incurred costs of the licensee's operations at its respective site. Chapter 180 is also clear. The Commission is empowered and mandated to review. I'll repeat, Chapter 180 is clear. The Commission is empowered and mandated to review host community agreements in a timely manner to ensure that they are in compliance with state law. The Commission shall complete its review of an HCA not later than 90 days after receiving it from an ME or MTC. The Commission may issue notice of deficiency or request for information. The 90-day clock shall reset on submission of an amended HCA. When the Commission determines that a licensed applicant's HCA does not meet a minimum acceptable requirement, the Commission should send a determination notice to the licensed applicant and the host community, identifying the non-compliant terms, conditions, or provisions of the HCA, and must send the notice within 90 days of receipt of the HCA. In addition, the working group drafted a process whereby municipalities may waive the host community agreement if they so choose, and I will turn it over to my colleague.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you for all of your incredible work. It's been insightful to just see how meticulous you are and work with you. So thank you. And thank you to the team as well. Under Chapter 180, the Commission is required to review host community agreements for all new applicants and all licensees upon the annual license renewal. Every year, all licensees must apply to renew their licenses. During the renewal application review, the Commission will evaluate the host community agreement to assess its compliance with the law. The Commission will not look at past payments, fees, or agreements that are no longer in effect at the time of the license renewal, nor will we require municipalities or licensees to refund payments that occurred prior to the statutory change. Municipalities and licensees should, however, ensure that the terms of the HCA are consistent with our regulations at the time of renewal. In that sense, HCAs are not necessarily grandfathered in. We recommend both parties review any agreements currently in place for compliance with the law and applicable regulations. Non-compliant HCAs may prevent timely approval of license renewals. The legislature granted the Commission the power and the authority to enforce compliance with the HCA-related provisions of Chapter 180. While enforcement is an important tool that the proposed regulations clearly mandates, our goal is for all applicants, licensees, and host communities to take the time to ensure compliance. We want to partner with cities and towns and licensees as well as applicants and provide them with guidance and education that's necessary to comply with the law. We understand that this is a huge change. We know it's a big change and will require some time for municipalities, licensees, and applicants to digest these updates. Therefore, the review of host community agreements will commence on May 1st, 2024. That day is when we recommend these regulations become effective. I also want to thank the many municipalities, the licensees, and applicants who shared their perspectives with us over these last few months. You're important in helping us craft these regulations. Please continue to share your thoughts on this draft as we enter the public comment period. It's critical that we get this right for a more equitable, successful, and safe licensed industry. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions.
I have a question.
Oh, please. Okay.
Not a pepper question, but because we're an open meeting, can we have copies of your comments? They're like the Cliff Note version
Yes.
of this
Yeah.
whole thing.
Yeah.
Yes, you
I think that'll be very helpful.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Well, who do we, I'll send it to Grace. Grace is not even in the room, but I'll send it to Grace to give it to everyone. Okay.
I think you guys just hit some really great highlights of the whole thing, so I think that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So we will,
I just want to say, and thank you, Commissioner Concepcion, that we did, we looked at the comments we received. I held multiple roundtables, one here with Congressman McGovern. I just met with over 100 licensees in Greenfield. And we heard recurrent themes. And when we get into the robust conversation and the policy on that August 27th, I have a stack of existing HCAs that some of these provisions are quite frankly shocking. And I will share them with you. And that went into our decision making and factoring into how we develop this policy. And quite frankly, a lot of these existing HCAs aren't even compliant with the old statute. And we will cite examples if need be. So a lot of thought went into this, and we're really proud of the policy that we're putting forward. And I know that it's a first draft, and I look forward to hearing comments and discussion around it from my colleagues and from the public. But we did meet with numerous stakeholders, and just glad to have the veil lifted today.
all right, that's good. I don't think that we need to really get into the social.
Municipal equity.
Yeah, the municipal equity stuff right now.
I have a couple high level
Yeah, if you'd
points.
like
if
to
they
make
want.
some comments, but
Okay.
I will say that a lot of a lot of what we did is in that memo, the suggestions, and again, to any municipal officials or their attorneys, making sure that you take a look at that memo, because as of July 1st, you have to start implementing this. I do want to make a comment though, and this is one of the things that I don't know, this enforcement issue around July 1st. I think that, I don't know if we need to take a vote, but I think we need to clarify, because our group had sort of a two-pronged process. Because in addition to having the November 9th sort of final regulatory implementation deadline, we also had to address the fact that the legislature had a July 1st deadline for municipalities to incorporate equity into their host community process. We had to scramble. And so what we did was we created a memo that gave some good suggestions, and frankly, those will be incorporated. Much of that is incorporated into the regulations that will be mandatory come November. However, we still have to do some work because the Department of Revenue is involved in some of the oversight and implementation of the statute. So we are still in the process of sitting down with them, working that out, determining what the enforcement can and should be, because there are both carrots in the legislation as well as sticks. And so we have to sort of work that out. So I just want to make sure that I'm saying this, but help me, because I don't know if we need to take a vote as we did last November in talking about that we will not enforce host community agreement changes until that November 9th deadline. But do you think we need to vote on them?
I would not advise a vote today,
Okay.
given that nothing's been noticed publicly,
Okay.
so it wouldn't be binding or be challengeable, so I
Yeah.
would not advise at least a vote today. At the same time, we can work between now and that 27th meeting to determine, and hopefully by then be in a position to reveal some discussions with DOR if and how those may occur. I would argue, again, this is my perspective, enforcement is something, we are not in a position to withhold funds that we do not control or possess. So as DOR is the agency, obviously through the comptroller, that would disseminate those funds or be in a position to withhold those funds, they would be the enforcement arm. However, we are in possession of information that could aid in that enforcement effort. So my argument would be, and I would, I guess I'm telegraphing a little bit, would essentially be some sort of enforcement MOU between our two agencies as far as how we're going to coexist.
So reinforcing the message, municipalities, read the memo, start implementing some of those things. But we later in the month will have some clear guidance as to what enforcement will look like. Because I don't want someone saying, oh, they haven't done ABC from that memo and we're going to challenge that, but because we don't have the ability to enforce that right now.
And just importantly too, for municipalities that might be using that memo as guidance or as insight, I would remind them and applicants that the July 1st deadline was that municipalities were to take their initial steps toward municipal equity. My hope, of course, is that municipalities that are sincerely thinking about equity and incorporating it into their local policies and procedures are also going to continue to be informed by what is pending as the commission's regulations. But again, to your point, that memo really does serve as a great jumping off point. If anybody is in the dark about what municipal equity could and should look like, it's a really valuable resource. But again, the statute, as far as July 1st is concerned, required that they begin their initial steps. It therefore implies it need not be final, but you should be at least putting some mechanisms in place.
Effort.
Exactly.
Demonstrate some effort and you'll be okay. All right.
So I'll add additional notes to that. So under municipal equity, I won't be as descriptive as I was with host community agreements, but for my fellow commissioners, just so you understand what some of the key provisions are and the key points that we set forward in the draft are. I've noted about 6 major areas. The first is that we have included provisions that requires transparency in the HCA process. There is the creation of a verification process for social equity businesses. And under this verification process, the commission verifies that a business is in fact a social equity business. You'll find under the law, there's a new definition for social equity business, and this draft considers the way that that statute was, that definition within the statute was created. We also expand pre-certification. We expand it by allowing access to all EEAs and all SEPs, regardless of the license type. So we thought that it was important for SEPs and EEAs to be able to go through a pre-certification process in order to, you know, receive HCAs, go through their own negotiations, that was important in driving forward equity in the state.
Akin to what we do with the delivery license.
It's essentially, it's the same thing that we do for delivery, the delivery licenses, and the same thing that's contemplated for social consumption. But what this draft does is it removes the requirement that it be aligned to a license type. Instead, it's for every license type, but it's for EEAs and SEPs. The other thing that we have here is expedited review for social equity business applications, both by the commission and by municipalities. We also require municipalities to incorporate equity as a component of evaluating and scoring HCAs when they're, you know, comparing different applications. And then we require that licensees, well, this is something that's in the law, but we've put it within our regs. The component of the law is that licensees have the ability to satisfy a component of our positive impact plan requirements by donating to the Social Equity Trust Fund. And then finally, the note that you were saying, Madam Chairwoman, municipalities with local equity provisions, this is the carrot. When you have this, although it is required by law, the carrot is that if you have municipal, the local equity provisions, you will be eligible to receive an additional 1% of the general fund from taxes collected by social equity businesses.
Retail.
That's right, for retail. The DOR will assess the impact on the tax code and guidance, and the commission will liaise between the Department of Revenue as necessary. And that's the component that, you know, both the executive director and Madam Chairwoman that you were speaking to. So that's some additional communication that needs to happen, some additional work that needs to happen. But I wanted to at least leave today with the commissioners who weren't in the room with us, so you guys can kind of see you know, what we were working towards and what some of the main points are within the draft that you received.
Makes sense.
Okay.
And then lastly, the last point I'll say, because this isn't even this wasn't a working group until relatively recently, but you also have the suitability language within your draft as well. And that's down, it's the legal requirement, it's the mandated requirements, and Commissioner Camargo and I will expand
You
on
want
that
to
too.
briefly explain that now? Can you do that now?
I'll hold off for now. Maybe I'll just do a very general, very, very high level, because I want to give people as much information as possible. As we referenced earlier today, suitability is one of those areas that I don't believe is commonly understood by a lot of people.
Yeah.
It gets a little bit complicated. I'm an attorney, and when I looked through our suitability charts, it was still hard to summarize that. But under the new law, we are no longer, it is illegal under the law for us to not allow agents, you know, prospective employees or agents to come into this industry if they have a conviction on their records. But there are exceptions to that. The exceptions are if they are working within our labs, there's the restrictions still apply. And if there is any records for the sale of a controlled substance to a minor, that still remains. And the change is only on the agent side. It is not for licensees and employers. And, you know, I welcome any conversation about that. But what we've done is it's down to the letter of the law. It's the mandated change, it's the requirement. But I want to conserve any additional comments because I really want to make sure that Commissioner Camargo and I have the chance to really educate the public about what is going on, what has happened in the past here at the CCC, and what we've done to rectify it. But a lot of the regs that we did have in place were not required under the law.
Yeah.
Some of them still, so that they're not really required, but for whatever reason, we have them here, and they are a barrier.
Right, thank you. Anybody have any questions? Pepper or not? No?
Just one comment, and I actually just sent it to Matt. Just a reminder where the municipal equity memo that you all put out lives. and it's in our website under, it's called Muni Equity page. But just in case, because I know we're gonna have to read it again, but if so folks know or want to know where it lives. It was also distributed to every municipality and via social media. Yeah, thank you, Matt Giancola.
Thank you, Matt. Matt is amazing. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
I had actually one more point that I did not mention under the suitability side of things. I want to make sure that everyone understands that that's already been put into place. We're just making our regs match the practice. So we've been following the law since it was passed in November. And I don't think that that is publicly known as well, just coming from some of the meetings that we've been in as a collective and me being alone as well. But we've been following the letter of the law since the enactment, so we do not restrict agents.
Right, very good.
I can touch on that too. I'm glad Commissioner Concepcion, thank you for introducing that. When the law took effect, and this is, it's clear to me, but I think to Commissioner Concepcion's point, the statute supersedes our regulations. And so we implemented that statute in effect. And also, I think as we discussed earlier, there's some, the suitability process includes an engaged exercise between us applicants, including agents, as well as entities that would be employing them. And so we had a number of, and frankly, there's this new statute brings some bureaucratic efficiency, which is we had a number of cases that were pending that were ended up being dispatched with because the new law took effect. And so thank you, Commissioner, for reiterating that. I think we've talked about it perhaps in public meeting settings, but obviously it doesn't absorb necessarily as far as how the public consumes information. And so the more we talk about it, the better, but the more we can disseminate it, the better too. But just thank you for acknowledging that upon taking effect, our enforcement staff implemented that statute in earnest and in good faith. So.
And if I could just add, Madam Chair, I think just a recommendation, the suitability presentation, it's a PowerPoint and it's educational. So I think for the next meeting, you probably want to put it on first so that we can kind of just run through it because it's really what the law mandates, but it's a way for us to educate the public and sort of bring it up so folks really understand. To Sean's point, we've already been implementing it, but I think there's not a lot of, not a lot there, but the law.
Sounds good. All right, unless there are any other questions or comments, we've already gone over the return to office discussion earlier in the meeting. So I don't know if there is any other new business not anticipated at the time of posting. Hearing and seeing none. So are we agreeing to the next meeting date of July 27th?
Yes.
So, yes. So what do we do in terms of publicizing if we are canceled?
We will ensure the calendar is updated on our website. We will push it out through social media. And if there's other suggestions, we will take them under advisement and probably just do them.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then we'll add the 27th to our calendar. And I think the agenda is largely the same. So it's not a huge lift at all. But again, if there's other suggestions as to how to meet or reach people, the first inclination is website and social media.
Okay. So the 27th will be here in person. And then we reserve the morning of the 28th to do a remote cleanup if we need to.
Okay. And Madam Chair, if I may, Sean, do you have your sort of what needs to happen from now into then in terms of internally, just so that we're clear, so there's no.
So what I'll try to do is just capture the next steps probably in an email to everybody, which essentially says so let me, I guess, I don't know, tease what that email will be, an invitation to submit questions, and I'll figure out where best to send them. It'll probably be, I'm trying to think whose mailbox they should go into. If you want to submit those questions to us, I'd like to impose, I guess, a deadline of the 21st as we agreed to. That'll then allow us, and obviously the sooner the better, but up until that point, we will then strive to circulate them probably at the latest the afternoon of the 25th. Just because I don't know what we're going to get. We'll do it as sooner if we're able, but by then at the very least. And again, I'll memorialize all of this in a note to everybody so you have something to work off of. We'll compile those questions. We'll therefore compile answers to those questions. And I'll be sure that from a staff standpoint, you have the team you need available if there's questions that are lingering or need a further explanation. So I guess they can be prepared for peppering if that's the case. But otherwise, the 27th will include the draft as it exists today. I will not make changes to that draft, knowing that you're going to be reviewing it
As a question, are those questions gonna be anonymized or not? Because we're gonna talk about them in public, so I kind of like want to know the concerns of my colleagues here.
So they, in an effort to, I would have to de-identify them if I circulate them in advance. If I circulated them the day of, then I would not have to de-identify. However, and that's, again, the constraints of the open meeting law. So if it's circulated in advance in preparation of the meeting, those questions would encompass therefore the deliberative questions and policy thoughts of your colleagues. And that would constitute a violation of the open meeting law. So the timing is really the issue. So we can weigh pros and cons of that. As in the context of the DIA report, we did de-identify those questions for that reason, as far as who the source was. And also there could be overlap in those questions. Two of you may have the same question. So I guess I hate to put a pin in something where I'm saying I'm going to try to memorialize it, but I'll have to work through those logistics. So
I'm happy to self-identify.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter.
it's just a matter of the compliance aspect from a circulation standpoint.
Okay, all right. So thank you. A long day, but we appreciate this. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Roy,
So
Commissioner Stebbins,
Second.
having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We get to go home. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Nice job.
Thanks, man.